right, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon. I'm Texas Weather Roundup's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is Wednesday, the 15th of April, 2026, and we're going to go ahead and begin our live severe weather coverage this afternoon as we deal with Mama Nature trying to throw a few temper tantrums out there. So let's go ahead and start off by saying we are currently monitoring a couple of severe thunderstorms across portions of northwest Texas, the eastern Big Country, and western North Texas. We're also seeing a couple storms firing up just west of Abilene now. That'll bring a quick round of showers to Abilene. And we do also now have a couple of storms in northern Mexico, which could eventually be an issue for the Edwards Plateau if they move across the border like we saw last night. Appreciate y'all joining on in. And if you haven't already, feel free to hit that like button. That just helps us out and lets more folks know that we're giving weather information. And let us know where you're watching from in the chat. I've got the chat windows up, and we are good to go. So we're going to zoom in just a second and start chit-chatting about what we have right now. But we're also going to talk about what we expect this evening as I quickly get some things set up here. We're good to go in that department. So let's see what we have going on. You can see a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. And we'll go ahead and get started. So we're going to zoom in here, and we've got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings now. And we're going to go from north to south because why not? All right, we've got a severe thunderstorm currently located southeast of Wichita Falls. This storm will mostly miss Wichita Falls off to the east-southeast. So those of you in Wichita Falls got lucky with this one. This thunderstorm is going to have the potential to produce half-dollar size hail and wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. This is moving northeast towards Jolly. This will be crossing Highway 287 between east side of Wichita Falls, east of 281, over the community of Jolly, where you have some of those truck stops on the north side of the highway, and then just west of Henrietta. This will be crossing over Highway 148, probably moving closer to Petrolia than Henrietta, if the warning polygon is correct. If not, well, as you can see, the radar magical track here thinks it's going to move more east-northeast, which would have it move closer to Henrietta. Regardless, this storm is moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour, again, with the potential of half-dollar size hail and localized wind gusts over 60 miles per hour as this moves off to the northeast quickly at 35 miles an hour. So right now, 287, probably getting a little bit of hail around Jolly, moving northeast towards Petrolia, and then eventually this will be crossing up into southern portions of Jefferson County, Oklahoma. All right, so that's storm number 1. Storm number 2, this is a new candidate. We have a new severe thunderstorm. This is going to be southeast of Seymour. This will be crossing just north of Scotland, moving north. Oh, that's the wrong storm. That was the first storm. This will be crossing just west of Westover, crossing over Highway 114. This will remain well northwest of Megarol. Eventually, though, if this storm keeps on its present track or turns right a little bit, it may end up tracking closer to Archer City by 5:45 to 6 p.m. So this storm moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Those included in this warning include Dundee, Westover, Lake Kickapoo, and Lake Diversion. I'm a diversion. And again, right now, this is warned for quarter-size hail, winds to 60. The automated radar algorithm, which usually overdoes hail sizes a bit, does indicate this could have some slightly larger hail. All right, storm west of Throckmorton, not severe yet, but we'll keep an eye on it. We do have a nasty-looking severe storm north of Albany right now. You can see this storm is capable of producing probably golf ball size hail So the bigger hail compared to storms farther north and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. It's wound up pretty tightly right now. With that, we are expecting this thunderstorm to remain capable of producing at least golf ball size hail as it moves off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. This will be crossing into northwestern sections of Stevens County. That means it's going to be moving up towards Crystal Falls, Lake Breckenridge. And eventually, this will be crossing into southern portions of Young County. If it continues on its present track, it may eventually end up being an issue for the city of Graham up in Young County. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. It's not Lake Breckenridge. That was what I assumed. It's actually Hubbard Creek Lake. That's what I was checking because I thought so. But, well, me and lakes just don't get along usually. So, again, this is going to be moving east-northeast towards areas just north of Albany. This will be crossing over northeastern portions of, as I get ADD'd over here, northeastern portions of Shackelford County, and then moving into northwestern Stevens County, and eventually Young County in North Texas. So, there's that. Back here west of Abilene, we have a little storm just southwest of Dyess Air Force Base. That storm right now is not severe. It could have some small hail, cloud-to-ground lightning, and the potential of gusty winds. If it intensifies at all, that would increase the threat for some of this to produce hail in the city of Abilene over the next 20 minutes. And we'll go ahead and put a little radar track on this. So, looks like we have a lot of folks watching today. We have folks from Comal County, Denton, Brant, Weatherford, Arlington, Paris, Sherman, Greenville, Iowa Park, Pittsburgh, Fredericksburg. I'm in Fredericksburg. Hello there. Clarksville City, Tucumcari, New Mexico, Crowley, St. Anthony, San Antonio, and Portland. So a lot of folks watching from different places today. Thanks for popping on in and saying hello. We definitely appreciate the warm welcome. So, quickly, here is a radar loop, and you can see these storms are moving northeast pretty quickly. This one southeast of Seymour is taking off like a hot rocket. It looks like that one's already been upgraded to the potential of golf ball size hail in just the 5 minutes it's been warned. So that thing's on a uptick considerably. And again, we have storms southeast of Wichita Falls. A couple strong storms up in Montague County from Nakona to Bowie. So, let's go ahead. We're going to clear everything off the screen, and we're going to take a look at what our expectations are this evening. And we have no tornado warnings, and I expect we're going to be here for a while. So, this is kind of more of a leisurely stream right now. So, just between us, fine folks. So, let's take a look at the HRRR for this evening. And a big thank you to everyone popping on in. We definitely appreciate it. If you haven't, feel free to hit the like button on the video. That helps the video get out to more folks, which can benefit from this weather information. Texans for Texans weather information. So here's the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight. You can see this model does try to develop some storms out of the showers we have in central Texas right now. I don't think that's going to happen. At least there's no indications of it right now. But you can definitely see we could see some additional activity, at least isolated storms fire up farther south into the Concho Valley. Through sunset, we could have additional storms in the Big Country, Northwest Texas, North Texas, and Texoma. And you could see that some of those eventually could make it into DFW later this evening with maybe some hail, strong winds, heavy rain. Main threat with this afternoon's activity into this evening will definitely be the potential for large hail. Here's the overall severe weather outlook in terms of coverage. So you can see we do have a level 2 out of 5 risk for scattered severe storms. North Texas up into Oklahoma, generally along and north of Highway 180. from way west of Mineral Wells out to near Breckenridge, east to Weatherford, and then pretty much along the north of Interstate 30 from DFW up to Paris, Texas. And then we have the potential for isolated severe storms down into the Hill Country, Concho Valley, Big Country, Edwards Plateau heading into this evening. So as you can see, definitely the potential for some issues. Main threat by far will be very large hail up to the size of tennis balls with the most intense storms. Localized damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour. And the threat of a tornado is not zero. It remains very low at the moment, but if we're still dealing with discrete storms that are out by themselves and not in a rain-cooled air mass after about 6 to 7 p.m., we might see a little bit of an uptick after that point in terms of a chance of a tornado. But again, this is not a big, bad, very mad sort of tornado day in the state of Texas. That being said, the risk isn't zero. So let's go ahead. We'll show you what's going on across the state right now. And you can see we do have showers. Central Texas, the Eastern Hill Country, we have a few showers. A few showers in North Texas. These showers don't even have lightning for the most part. We'll keep an eye out. They might start to eventually try to get a little lightning, but it's not one of those big, bad, very mad situations right now. The big, bad, very mad storms with lightning and some hail risk are back out here in western North Texas in the Big Country. We have a severe storm southeast of Wichita Falls near Jolly, just west of Henrietta, moving up towards Petrolia. We have a severe storm just southeast of Seymour, crossing over 114 near Westover. That storm could have golf ball size hail now. That thing went from 0 to holy moly guacamole, ouchies, in the ice department real quick. And then we have a severe storm that took off in a hurry just north of Hawley. That's moved near Looters to just north of Albany now. That's moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour over Fort Griffin. Great spot to go, by the way, if you want dark sky and that nighttime experience with stars and little light pollution. That's moving northeast towards Woodson, eventually near Elizaville and South Bend, and eventually Graham up in Young County. And then we have a storm on the west sides of Abilene. That is now perking up. I do think that's probably going to get its own severe thunderstorm warning in just a minute. You can see if I switch back over to this, this storm is perking up some. I'll switch to a different radar mode here that might give a little better of an idea of the hail core developing aloft, and you can see it much more clearly now. You can see just south of Ty near Dyess Air Force Base. That'll be moving northeast over the city of Abilene in just a moment. You can see that hail core aloft is perking up quite quickly. So with that, we'll probably start seeing some hailstones the size of quarters make it down to the surface sooner rather than later. In fact, the hail core aloft is building extremely quickly now. One of the algorithms I use, here, I'll just show you. One of the algorithms I use is now saying a hail core aloft is over 2.5 inches. 5 minutes ago, it was 1/2 inch, so that's going up very quickly. And one way I can show you this is by looking at a two-dimensional slice aloft. You can see we are starting to get some higher reflectivity, or how hard it's raining values aloft. And again, you can see just a minute ago, this product thought we had it quarter-size hail aloft. Now we're getting to tennis ball-size hail aloft. Aloft is the key word. I don't think we have tennis ball-size hail hitting the ground right now, but we are going to have a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Abilene in just a moment, I believe. So heads up, Abilene, your risk of hail is increasing over the next few minutes. All right, so looking farther northeast, you can see big, bad, very mad hail core northeast of Albany. We'll go back to the surface radar, and you can see the hail core increasing with this storm again. We'll have a severe thunderstorm warning issued any second now for northwestern Stevens and Young counties, I suspect, and probably a little bit of southeastern Throckmorton County. That storm, again, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. This is your 1-hour storm track, these fans you see on the radar. We have a storm west of Throckmorton off 222 and 380. That could have nickel-size hail with it. The potential for that to intensify quickly as it moves northeast. And then we do have a severe thunderstorm near Westover on Highway 114, southeast of Seymour. That's moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour with at least golf ball size hail. That storm is probably going to make a beeline for areas just west of Archer City out here in Archer County. Eventually, this could make it up towards Lakeside City, Scotland, and Jolly. It's kind of like a storm on the tracks. Duh, a train on the train tracks where you just have train after train after train. And that is why you sometimes can get multiple storms in one spot. And that's what we call the training effect, where it's just like a train on the train tracks and you get another train, another train, another train, and boom, that's how you get 5 inches of rain in 2 hours. So eventually these storms may make it to Dallas, but we're probably at least 6 hours away from that, if it happens at all. All right, we're going to press some buttons here. I need to make sure we are set and good to go. My name's Baldy in Chief David Reimer, and I like to make up random rhymes. Whoop-de-doo. I could have made up a different rhyme, but it wouldn't have been appropriate. All right. All right, so my name is David Reimer. I'm the Baldy in Chief here at the Texas Weather Roundup and Texas Storm Chasers. I'll give you a hint as to why I'm called that, but it might have something to do with the fact I am bald. I'm not as bald as I usually am. Admittedly, I've been slacking in the keeping the head shiny department this week, but you get the point. You can see we have a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings. Those of you on YouTube, of course, that's where everyone is. In the chats, we actually have an automated way of posting these new warnings or upgraded warnings instantaneously now in the chats. And that'll eventually be a part of the embedded coverage here on the streams. I will admit, we're still using the legacy method for the stream warning, so sometimes they're about 30 seconds late. But you can definitely see some pretty nasty looking hailers out here in Stevens County, Shackelford County, moving northeast towards Young County. So we have several severe thunderstorms now with the risk of large hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. We're going to tell you about it. First storm is going to be located on Highway 287 near Jolly, moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. That storm moving off to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. The potential of large hail up to the size of, looks like they're probably going to say $50 to quarters, along with localized wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. And with that, we could eventually see some of those impacts on Highway 79 from Petrolia to Byers, and on 148 from Henrietta up to Petrolia. This is east of Wichita Falls, barely. So Wichita Falls, you're fine for now. You're getting some rain. You might be getting some lightning and gusty winds on the west side of this storm. But the hail, all that is already east of the falls. Now, you might see more storms later, but for now, you're doing okay. Farther southwest, a severe thunderstorm crossing 114. That's going to be very near Westover, moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. That eventually is going to be crossing over Highway 25, south of Holiday, probably staying just west and north of Archer City. So kind of threading the needle there. And that activity will continue moving off to the northeast, again, about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So these storms have a pretty good forward speed to them today. And that is expected to continue. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. this evening. That will include Northwest Texas, the Big Country, and Western North Texas, places like Abilene, Cisco, Stamford, Haskell, Graham, Mineral Wells, Breckenridge, Throckmorton, Jacksboro, Decatur, Bowie, Gainesville, Wichita Falls, Henrietta, Holiday, all the way down to Archer City and Seymour. And again, that is a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. tonight. Go ahead and give you a visual of what this storm looks like right now. Or at least I will here in just a second. Let's do this. Sorry, I'm pressing some buttons. I'm doing on-the-fly stuff. Yeah, we'll get the audible warnings back on here in just a second. It's just a setting I have to enable. In fact, I'll do that right now. You'll have the audio warnings back as of now. In fact, I need to make sure I get on here very quickly and make sure they don't blow half y'all's speakers out. Okay, so I've got those set real low right now, so we'll see how it goes in a moment when we need to have that. But the audible warnings are back as of now. All right. So that's storm number 2, and then in a minute I'll stop being distracted. Down here, severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Stevens, Young, Throckmorton counties until 5:30 p.m. Central Time, and that's for a storm capable of at least golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. That's going to be moving northeast towards the city of Graham. Heads up to y'all in Graham. If you know anyone up in Graham in Young County, western North Texas, they're going to have a nasty hailstorm in town by 5:40 p.m. if this storm doesn't weaken. And I say at least golf ball size hail. You can see the radar thinks there's hail larger than baseballs, but that is aloft right now. In fact, let me see if I can show you a 3D view of this real quick. We're going to play a little 3D technology here, and you can see hail core is extending over 40,000 feet. In fact, let's do this. That's your hail core. This is all giant chunks of ice right now up in this storm, and you can see well over 30,000 feet and a lot of hail in this forward propagating flank here, which is hanging on the front side of the storm. That's an indication of a lot of hail aloft that is being propelled upwards by the storm, and eventually it's going to start falling out. So there is that, and that's this storm right here, heading towards Crystal Falls, Elizasville, South Bend, and Graham. This will stay north of Breckenridge, north of Ivan. It's already northeast of Albany. All right, real quick, let me, before I get distracted like the ADHD man-child I am, let's press some buttons here. All right, I'm going to press that. We're going to press that. We're going to hit that. We're going to do that. We're going to press that. All right, I need that. We're going to press that. I need to hit that. We're going to do that. Don't you like it when I talk to myself? I wouldn't say it's a good thing, but, you know, sometimes life is just full of fairy tales and nonsense, or in my case, caffeine. So I'm having to set up the correct monitor for this, and it doesn't help. I have 8 monitors hooked up on this machine. So we're going to eventually get there and pick the right one, and I can show you what one of these storms looks like. But for the moment, I'm just pressing more and more buttons because that's what I do. Because technology hates me. Whoopee stinkin' do. There we go. So let's get rid of that. Let's hit that. Let's press that. And hit that. All right. Get the location for this. So what time is it now? So this is going to be near Scotland at about 4:30. This is from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. A beautiful shelf cloud here with striations galore. You can see that, a beautiful thunderstorm from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. This is going to be the severe storm that is just southeast of Wichita Falls. This was taken off Highway 281 near Scotland. And again, you can see a lot of striated clouds here, a lot of outflow from this thunderstorm. It's a beautiful looking storm. Look at all that rain and hail back in the hail core. And again, this is from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. So a beautiful thunderstorm with the view from him. And we appreciate him sending us that in. And here's what we're going to do at it's 4:48 right now. At 4:55, we'll talk about the timing elements going into this evening. So let's quickly go over again. Nasty severe storm with probably at least some. Honestly, I'm going to say there's probably. I'll go ahead and say it. There's probably baseball size hail with this. About to cross over Highway 183, just southeast of Woodson, west of Crystal Falls, northwest of Breckenridge, out here in western North Texas. You can see on the map, Abilene to the left, DFW behind my obnoxious head. And then this big, bad, very mad storm moving towards Graham, which it'll be in Graham by 4:40 p.m. This storm probably now has the capability of producing baseball-size hail. Winds to 70 miles an hour. You can see that nasty hail core. And that'll be crossing southeast of Woodson here on the Throckmorton-Stevens County line, moving northeast towards the city of Graham in Young County, eventually making its way on the progression towards Elizasville, South Bend, and then Graham. So heads up to y'all in Graham, Highway 67 down to South Bend, Elizasville, Crystal Falls, the potential for at least baseball-size hail. Winds to 70 miles an hour. Nasty storm heading towards Graham. So if you know anyone out here in Graham, Texas, Young County, northeast of Breckenridge, shoot them a text, give them a call, let them know the big, bad, very mad Baldian chief is saying, uh-oh, baseball-size hail is heading their way. All right, so Abilene, hey, you've got this storm passing right over the city right now. You can see that. They never did actually warn that for hail, but I still think there's the possibility of at least some nickel to quarter-size hail over the north sides of Abilene, up over Interstate 20 to impact. And with that, this thunderstorm is going to be moving northeast, pretty much right up Highway 351 towards Albany. Albany, in fact, you've got that nasty baseball-size hailer northeast of town. Well, check this out. You've got another storm right just southwest of town right now, firing up. So that could bring another round of lightning and hail into Albany here in any minute. But again, man, look at this monster hail core. This is probably at least baseball-size hail falling just southeast of Woodson. And I'll be honest, it is entirely possible we have softball-size hail with this thunderstorm. So again, baseball to softball size hail, the possibility of giant hail now with this thunderstorm moving off to the northeast from near Woodson on Highway 183, that's north of Breckenridge, southeast of Throckmorton, moving northeast towards Crystal Falls, Elizasville, South Bend, and Graham. This dangerous severe thunderstorm with destructive hail will be moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour towards the city of Graham by 4:40 p.m. So if you know anyone up from near Elizasville to South Bend to Graham, give them a call and let them know the Texas storm chasers are saying they've got a nasty hailstorm heading their way. So that is just a nasty looking storm. Not 455 yet. North of Throckmorton, we have a severe storm capable of producing probably nickel to quarter size hail crossing over Highway 283 right now. That'll be moving northeast towards this I always mispronounce this. Megargul, and then eventually Archer City. So as that occurs, this storm will be moving off to the northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour as the live streaming client for the 24/7 weather stream just turned itself off over here. Well, I'm kind of glad I'm sitting right here so I can pop it back up. We have a 24/7 live weather stream, by the way, that's always running with radar warnings, etc. And it's going to keep doing that today. Some days I cut in on that stream and don't start a dedicated stream. But for a day like this, where I think I'm going to have this going for hours, we just leave both streams going. That way, if you don't want to listen to me blab, you're able to actually just pretty much watch the actual weather stream with music and whatnot. So we'll get that going again. Mugargal. Ooh, boy, that's a fun pronunciation for me. Thank you. All right, so let's make sure we've got all this going. And in case you're wondering, I'll have to do an office tour someday. I say that all the time. And the reason I don't is I'm messy. I'm messy boy. And frankly, half these wires I never even did organize nicely. But what we have is a room filled with a lot of computer monitors, a portable air conditioning unit, and technically only two high-end PCs right now, and then I have a mini PC running a Linux copy of some new software we're starting to roll out on our end, but enough of nerdy and chiefisms. This is going to be a severe setup today where we're just going to have a lot of storms producing a lot of big hail. Tornado risk remains pretty low right now. It may pick up a wee bit after 6 to 7 p.m. So it is coming up to 4:55. I promised y'all a what the heck is going to happen this evening update, so let's go ahead and do that. And thank you all, by the way, for the town pronunciations. Definitely appreciate it. Definitely appreciate everyone who's taken the time to hit the like button on the video. That helps us out more than you know. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to load this from... Now, the thing about this model data is it may not necessarily know what's going on right now. So don't take it verbatim. And because of that, you know, it's not going to be perfect. But what we do have is generally some of these storms are going to keep going into the late evening across North Texas and Texoma. And with that, the threat of very large hail, localized damaging winds with the most intense storms, and then can't rule out a tornado or two, especially after about 6 to 7 p.m. But even then, the tornado risk is very low. So Albany, you've got a storm rolling in that's just developed very quickly west of town, and the hail's increasing quickly with that. So let's go back to that. Dishfish, welcome. And thank you for becoming a member. Definitely appreciate it. So let's do this. Albany, guess what? You've got a storm just west of town that's quickly perked up here in the last 20 minutes. Could start dropping some hail in Albany here as it moves into town over the next few minutes. So, you know, those of you in Albany, let us know here if you end up getting some hail in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We have that storm north of Abilene now, near Impact. That's moving up 351. That could eventually end up in Albany by by 550 with more hail. And then we've got this nasty, nasty severe storm southeast of Woodson, north of Breckenridge, moving northeast towards Graham. And Graham, by 5:40 p.m., this dangerous storm with the potential of it to have baseball-sized hail will be in Graham. So if you know anybody out here, hey, let them know Baldy and Chief is live. Shoot them the live link if you want. We're live on YouTube, and this article is about to be embedded on the homepage of our website and mobile app. Would help if I put that in right. Beyond that, farther north, that storm that's west of Archer City now, the potential for maybe some quarter-size hail with that, localized winds of 60. It's weakened compared to what it was a wee bit earlier, but it continues moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Wichita Falls, you've got nothing going on right now. Everything's off to your east. A couple storms, including a very slow-moving storm between Jolly and Scotland here. Check that out. It almost looks like it's sitting still. In reality, it's doing back building. Essentially, the updraft just keeps redeveloping farther southwest, so it looks like it's sitting still, but it's dropping a lot of rain. Oh, thank you for that hail report out of Abilene. Penny-size hail. Appreciate it. Northeast of Henrietta, Texas, this storm, a potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail moving northeast towards Highway 81 on the Red River. This will be moving up into Jefferson County, Oklahoma, near Ryan, Oklahoma. All right. Boy, I tell you what, that is a nasty hailer southwest of Graham. Graham is about to have an ouchies of a hailstorm. And again, we have no tornado warnings. Tornado risk remains very low. And this is going to be an evening where I'm probably going to be here for a while. So to everyone that's here, hi. Thanks for popping on in. There's probably going to be times where I talk about something, like I did 4 minutes ago, the timing forecast, and then people join, 1 minute later and ask what's going to happen, just because that's how YouTube is. So if you want to, nicely answer them and let them know, hey, feel free to. You know what? We're a big community here, and we try to be as helpful as we can be. All right. Just looking to see if we have any cameras out here. We do not. I do notice we have backing winds in Graham, though. That meteorological mumbo-jumbo. I'm looking at the surface wind observation in Graham, and winds have become more southeasterly. That might increase low-level wind shear just a wee bit. Man, I tell you what, this is one nasty-looking hail machine right here moving up towards Graham. And that's going to be in Graham by 5:40 p.m. In fact, let me see if we can't do another one of these two-dimensional looks here. And here you go. This is the storm that is north of Breckenridge moving towards Graham. Graham there on the top right. So we're looking from east to west. Look at this incredible storm. First off, you may not be able to see it up here. Tops of the storm, 65 to 70,000 feet. Hail core goes to 40,000 feet. And check out these extreme colors here. This is pure, unadulterated ice bombs, ladies and gentlemen. This is probably hail 4 to 5 inches in diameter, clogging around and smacking each other in the updraft of the storm. And then as that hail falls and melts a bit, could easily still be the size of a baseball. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if there's softball-size hail in this right now. This thing is gargantuan. All right, just got a report of a 65-mile-an-hour wind gust with this storm as it crossed over Highway 183 southeast of Woodson. So a 65-mile-an-hour wind gust with this storm. Just measuring again, there is probably some huge ice bombs sitting on 183 right now.
65 miles
as it
per
moves
hour
off
winds from
to
a storm
the
southeast of
northeast.
Woodson
Albany,
along
guess
County
what?
line.
You've got a storm rolling into town
Reported
right
by Woodson
now.
VFD.
That's going to be moving off from the west-east through Albany. So Albany, let us know how big the hail gets. Could be up to the size of quarters, 1 inch in diameter. I don't think it's mega bad, very mad hail like the storm off to the northeast right now, but, you know, we'll have to keep an eye on it. And then northeast of Abilene, we've got tail end Charlie, which just means it's the southernmost storm we're dealing with right now. And that's going to be a storm with the potential for nickel to maybe quarter-size hail and wind gusts of 50 miles an hour. That's going to be moving up Highway 351 towards Albany again. Otherwise, let's take a look farther southeast. And, you know, we do have some showers out here in North Texas. Looks like we do have one thunderstorm going up southwest of Clifton. It's just some heavy rain right now, nothing to write home about. Some brief heavy rain south of Italia, here near Milford, north of Merdance in Ellis County. We have some nice showers, nothing severe at all about that, up here in northeast Texas. Down in the hill country, we've got a few showers. And y'all let me know if you can hear those audio warnings. I can't. I have a sound meter here, but I don't have a set of speakers hooked up to the... has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Shackelford County in Texas.
There you go. So at least that worked. It looked like it was a little quiet, though. I'll make it a little louder. Problem is, again, I can't hear it usually, so I'm going off a sound meter, and, well, sometimes it pops on and it's louder than the dickens. All right, so
Texas
in the hill country, a few showers. We've got a few showers east of Harper, up towards
Texas.
Willow City.
Hail magnitude measured 1.75 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, reported golf ball size hail along county line southeast of Woodson by Woodson VFD.
That should have been louder. I adjusted it up as it was going, so let me know if that ended up getting too loud. And eventually, we'll have a bit of a different way for that. But, all right, let's take a look at what we have. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Robert. Hi, Ellie. Thank Duke. Thank Duke? Thank you, Duke. There we go. Me and words just don't get along. All right, so again, we have no tornado warnings. The tornado risk this evening is going to be quite low. We'll look at the severe outlook real quick. Again, here's your risk of severe storms. And again, this is more about coverage and number of severe storms versus, you know, the intensity. Any storm in any risk area today, the strongest storms are going to be producing baseball-sized hail. Localized damaging wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. The threat of a tornado, maybe. And that risk could increase a little bit after 6 to 7 p.m. All right, we've got golf ball-sized hail reported on Highway 183 around Woodson on the county line of Throckmorton and Stevens. So that was golf ball-sized hail with that storm. We'll see if they find any bigger stones, and that was from the local volunteer fire department. So again, this is your severe weather outlook going into this evening. Isolated severe storms, Edwards Plateau, Big Country, Concho Valley, and then scattered severe storms up in Texoma and North Texas, which is what we have. I live in Fredericksburg, right down here in the hill country, northeast of Kerrville, about an hour northwest of Austin, about an hour and a half, or an hour northwest of San Antonio, about an hour and a half west of Austin. Obviously, very much traffic dependent. All right, so let's get back to this. The severe thunderstorm has now exited Stevens County, moving up towards Graham, and is now warned for destructive baseball-size hail. So this is going to be baseball-size hail with the potential of destructive thunderstorm impact. So a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for the city of Graham, southern Young County. This is for a thunderstorm capable of producing baseball-size hail as it moves northeast at 40 miles an hour. Present course and speed, this storm may be in Graham a bit sooner than I said. I was saying 5:40 earlier, but based on the current course and speed, it may be there by 5:30. It's sped up a bit, so 5:30 now for the city of Graham for the potential of baseball-size hail with this nasty storm. If it continues, it's going to be in Bryson by 5:45 to 5:50, in the city of Jacksboro by 6:05. The potential of baseball-size hail. A severe thunderstorm warning now for this storm that's over the city of Albany, so y'all let us know how big that hail gets when it's safe to do so. Currently warned for a quarter-size hail and the potential of localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. And by the way, for those wondering, I do have a pronunciation guide here. It's 17 pages, all that, so appreciate it. I'm definitely able to go through here and look back and see what is going on when I need to, but has a very helpful list. It's just, well, I had speech impediments growing up, so I was already at a disadvantage. All right, so this is what we have going on. Again, scattered severe storms in northwest Texas / western North Texas this afternoon. Some of these storms are producing nasty size hail. And again, those of you in Graham, get ready. This one's heading your way with baseball size hail and the potential for destructive thunderstorm impacts. We have a storm north of Throckmorton, moving off to the northeast towards Olney and Highway 114. That could have some hail. Archer City, you've got a storm that'll be passing just to your west with some hail, though this one that's west of Olney towards Throckmorton may eventually make it up towards Archer City. And then you have this storm that's just stalled west of Henrietta. We're probably going to have some flooding with that. So again, if you're southwest of Henrietta, the potential for some flooding with that, but, you know, it might also help fill up the lake a little bit. Could be a little hail with that. And then the storm we had east of Petrolia moving into Oklahoma has weakened. And then we have a storm up east of Marlow, Oklahoma. We've got a report of a grass fire east of Abernathy, north of Idalou, west of Petersburg in West Texas. So, quickly, we're going to take a look at that. One thing we like to say is fire weather is severe weather. So what I'm going to do, I might be just outside of that mesosector. I'm just looking to see if we can get any, yep, there's a wildfire right there, east of Abernathy, that little hot spot. So, anyway, ignore that in terms of me talking about wildfires, but yeah, apparently we've got a fire northeast of Abernathy up in Hale County in West Texas. So, here is what the radar looks like this afternoon. We do have scattered showers and thunderstorms that have developed. These in western North Texas in the Big Country are dropping hail with baseball-size hail heading up towards Graham. We had some hail in Wichita Falls earlier, quarter-size hail. That storm's already well east-northeast of Wichita Falls now. And it continues to move northeast. Are we still here? That was very interesting. I had a graphic crash, it looks like, but according to this, I'm still here, which is nice. My door is randomly opened. Why are you on the floor? Hi. Why are you crawling on the floor? Are you leaving? Do you have to leave? No. Would you like your chair? You're very cute. Yeah. So we've got storms, hail, etc. So we're going to do real quick is I'm going to refill my caffeine cup. And we're going to take about a 3-minute break. We're going to be back here in just a moment with continuing severe weather coverage. So, just trying to find a music file here to play some music for y'all. But I can't find it yet. So, let's just press some buttons. And we'll do that. So, I'll be back here in about 3 minutes, and we'll continue on with the severe weather coverage. We're going to be here all evening. Again, we have no tornado warnings, and we've got hailers, that's for sure. So, we'll be right back. Let's aim for about 5:16. Give me 4 minutes to fill up this cup with caffeine go-go juice, and we'll be right back. right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on surviving. Hopefully you've survived the 3.5 minutes I was not present and accounted for. But the good news is I'm back. And I have caffeine juice. Hey. So let's keep on going with the going. Those of you in DFW, you've got nothing to deal with right now. Most data suggests if storms make it in DFW, and that's a big if, it wouldn't be for 5 hours. So, yeah, enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your evening. Those of you in Graham, Texas, out in Young County, you're not as fortunate. You've got your own little situation. It's called a thunderstorm with baseball-size hail moving northeast towards Graham, and it's going to be there within about 15 minutes. So 5:30, a severe storm capable of producing baseball-size hail. Moving off to the northeast. And Graham, again, by about 5:30. So, noted, I had 2 music streams playing on that? Really? Did it really? How? I really don't know, to be honest with you. That's very interesting. Did I have music paired up somehow? Huh. I really don't know how there would have been 2 songs playing on that. Interesting. Life. So again, before I'm ADD'd again, Graham, by about 5:30, the storm does have the potential of producing baseball-sized hail. After that, it's going to take a jog along 380 towards Bryson. Bryson, 5:45 to 5:50, the potential of baseball-sized hail. And then, City of Jacksboro, about 6:05. And if the storm doesn't weaken, well, y'all aren't going to have fun with that. Down here, severe storm now east of Albany. Y'all in Albany, let us know how nasty the hail ended up being. It's now northeast of town, moving away. This will be crossing Highway 183, north sides of the Hubbard Lake, over 183, towards Crystal Falls, and then eventually this storm's going to be moving towards Ivan, Elizasville, and South Bend, a bit farther south than this Graham storm. Kells, 1136, thank you very much for that super chat, and indeed, yummy caffeine juice. This is actually just water with those water caffeine packets from Walmart that are like 20 cents each, so hey, you know what, it beats a bona fide energy drink, even though I could go for one of those right now too, but I didn't shake this up enough. Oh. Hope someone gets a screenshot of that. Radar on screen is over an hour old. So it is. That's what happened. See, when I said the computer crashed, there you go. There you go. So that's what happened. The graphic driver did crash. It just didn't break anything else either. Yeah, I do have Liquid IV too. Thank you for that, Carl. All right, so again, east of Albany, that's going to be moving up towards the lake, west of Breckenridge, Crystal Falls, South Bend, Elizasville, and eventually southern Young County, while this first storm will be in Graham by 5:30 with the potential of large hail. And potentially, for those of you in Graham, baseball-size hail. And again, thank you very much for that super chat. Definitely appreciate it and the support for more caffeine go-go juice. Okay, so second storm now east of Albany. And then we have another storm southwest of Albany. This one should stay just south of town, I think. Y'all in Albany are probably going to get some lightning rain, but the storm itself will be staying south of town, moving closer to Moran. Now, here's something we're looking at in the meteorological nerdy department. This little green line. That's an outflow boundary. So storms back up here are what we call a little bit elevated, which reduces the tornado threat even farther than it already is. So when I mentioned rain-cooled air mass earlier, those storms are in a rain-cooled air mass at the surface. So that reduces the tornado threat. Let's go back to northwest Texas. Looks like stormies are starting to get rambunctious up here again. Henrietta, you've got yourself a new cute little stormy sitting up here on Highway 287, moving northeast towards 148. That's going to be making its way towards pretty much northeastern rural portions of Clay County. Probably staying southeast of Petrolia. That'll be moving northeast towards Ryan, Oklahoma. Southwest, we've got a severe storm crossing over 25, south of 82, south of Holiday, west of 79 in Archer City for now. This will cross 79 over areas north of Archer City, closer to Lakeside City, and eventually this storm may skirt the far south side of Wichita Falls. Wichita Falls, the way it looks now, I think this will stay a wee bit south of the city, but enough for you all to get some rain and lightning, maybe some gusty winds. But the potential definitely exists for those of you north of Scotland, north of Archer City, and eventually back on 287 around Jolly and Henrietta to get some activity out of this. And by activity, I mean hail. And I'm really liking how quick these warnings are being posted in the YouTube chat as comments. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Archer and Baylor County in Texas.
See, it's even beating the automated voice description. And that's good. That means it's real time. It's using a push feed instead of a pull feed, which nerdy-wise just simply means it's faster, and it means the new system I've spent weeks coding, at least that part 1 of 15, is actually working, which is always nice to see, especially when it runs off a small mini PC the size of a flash drive. So, Graham, again, big, bad, very mad storm with up to baseball-size hail will be in the city of Graham by 5:30 p.m. After that, it's moving towards Bryson and Jacksboro. Hey, over an inch of rain in Elizasville. Congratulations on that. Right now, there's no severe weather watches for DFW. If for some reason we get one extended later, I suspect it would be severe. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch out here in western North Texas, the big country, until 10 p.m. That doesn't include DFW right now, but if storms progress off to the east a wee bit, they might get extended a bit later. And then this yellow box is a tornado watch up in Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas, northwestern Arkansas, all the way to Iowa. They've had one heck of a spring so far. We have been blessed in the sense we haven't had 20 million tornadoes trying to rampage us every other day. Those up in Illinois, Michigan, and Iowa have. And now I guess Wisconsin. Yeah, the T-38s up in Shepherd most definitely are probably one to get in under some sort of shelter, or at least get parked on the flight line and let the pilots get in some sort of shelter. Even though there's nothing nasty heading towards Shepherd, Burke Burnett, or Wichita Falls right now. All right, so we haven't looked at the timing or the what-ifs in a while. Let's do that. And again, thanks everyone for popping on in. Let us know where you're watching from today. Sneeze. Oh, you gotta like the noise canceling and the ability for me to quickly mute a microphone when it's sneezing time. Or other things. Alright, so let's clear everything off the map. Let's turn the high-res rapid refresh model on. And this is just going to be us essentially seeing what this model shows going into tonight. Now, earlier it wasn't handling things well in terms of the current storms we have. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Jack and Young County in Texas.
But we'll definitely see what's going on. Hold on. I'm putting the sound meter for this thing over here so I can see it more easily. Because again, I'm not hearing any of these warnings right now, but I know they kind of talk over me a bit, so I don't want it to do that. So I just stop talking if I need to. All right. Sweet. All right, so again, this is what the HER model shows going into overnight. You can see storms. It tries to get a few near DFW, but it wouldn't be until 10 p.m., so still good, 4.5 hours away. It does have some storms down near Del Rio and Eagle Pass this evening from Mexico. That's kind of a typical thing almost every night in the spring in Texas, and they can have hail and strong winds. We'll see if that happens tonight. We'll go down there in just a second and take a look. It also does have some activity in the Concho Valley. Now, we didn't have anything in the Concho Valley up until, well, 20 minutes ago, but popping on the radar, guess what? We do now. You can see these towering cumulus are popping off now. We've got isolated thunderstorms developing from near Sanderson to Ozana, San Angelo. Now, they're just in the incipient phase of development, but they might grow up to be big, bad, very mad soupies with hail. So we'll watch that. We've got these storms up in western North Texas with hail, no tornado issues. And then we've got Oklahoma, and Oklahoma gets to be Oklahoma because we're Texas and we're better. And I could say that because I lived in Oklahoma for 12 years. All right, we've got that new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Young and Jack County. That's going to be for this storm near Graham. Now, the Weather Service has knocked the hail size down in almost half. Looking at radar, I'd agree with that. Hail core has come down considerably, but this storm is still capable of producing at least ping-pong ball-size hail as it enters the city of Graham. This is going to be taking a joyride east on 380 towards Bryson by 545 to 550, and then the city of Jacksboro by about 6:10 p.m. After that, if the storm keeps saying, hey, 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 well, we'll just have to see. Now, here's the thing. This is moving east, right? Remember how I said model data didn't show anything in, say, Denton County until 9 to 10 p.m.? Well, clearly, if this thing keeps moving east at 40 miles an hour, it may get closer to Denton County before 10 and 9. So we'll have to wait and see. But, you know, for most of DFW right now, there is no issues. And even Denton right now, there's no issues. Now, let's talk about what's going on around the Falls. Severe storm west and north of Archer City with $half size hail. That's about 1.25 inches in diameter. Moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour near Jolly and Henrietta. Jolly about 6:10 and Henrietta around 6:20 p.m. We've got a couple of showers in Nakona up in Montague County. Storm northeast of Henrietta moving towards Ryan, Oklahoma. And then a storm northwest of Olney on 114, that's going to be moving northeast towards Archer City with hail. Albany, guess what? You've got a storm northeast of town, a storm southwest of town, and up it's pouring in Albany again. So y'all probably getting a couple inches of rain so far this evening. Good for y'all. Storm moving off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour with, again, potential for some of these to have a lot of lightning and hail, which would place in Breckenridge by 6:20, by the way. Out here in North Texas, we do have scattered showers and some sprinkles. There's nothing nasty about this activity right now. The potential for a few cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. And beyond that, right now, there's just nothing going on out here in terms of severe weather, which is good. But a couple of sprinkles. Same thing goes Tyler, Longview. You might see a few sprinkles this evening. No severe storms. Robert Zamora. Been a member for 23 months. Thank you very much for your generous support. That is amazing. 23 months in this day and age. Wow. I can't even think back that far. I don't want to. Howdy, Scott, one of our amazing super duper moderators. Same thing with Sarah. They are both amazing. We thank them very much. So the good news is we really just don't have too much in the sense of reports right now, which is good. Y'all let us know, by the way, if you're in places like Graham, Albany. What are you getting right now? Are you getting hail? Same thing, Archer City, Holiday, Jolly, Henrietta. What are y'all getting? Northwest Olney? Radar showing hail. Help us out with ground truth. When it's safe to do so, please don't go play outside in the hail. I'm going to let this loop. I'm going to take a quick look at some data here. And if it's working well, I will show it to y'all. What is this, Wednesday? All right, they're not running that data set today. No warn-on forecast system for us today. Good thing the state of Texas is building their own. And by that, I mean the Texas Tech University. One of the outcomes of last year's flooding tragedy in Kerr County is that Texas Tech University was given a substantial amount of funding to build a variety of weather enhancement tools in the sense of helping us observe and predict weather. One of them is 3 new weather radars that are going to be put in the hill country, Brownwood, somewhere near Fredericksburg, and out near Junction, I believe. And that'll help with low-level radar coverage, which is important for rain rates and also determining low-level velocities, which way the wind's blowing mode. A couple dozen weather stations that observe weather conditions. Those are being built. Hill country, parts of North Texas, and then a new very high-resolution weather model that is only for Texas that will be run, I think, every 5 minutes or something, out to a period of 6 hours, and that is going to be very, very helpful. And that's going to be a built by Texas for Texas. Trust me, folks, if I could modify the weather, you think I'd be sitting here right now in a polo shirt? I'd be out playing in a Lamborghini. And it also wouldn't be 105 every day. All right, so let's see what this model shows. Let's see if I could get this data in here yet. Nope. I don't think chances of storms tonight in northeast Texas are very high. I mean, you've got showers in the area now, but, in terms of severe storms, it's just not looking too likely at the moment. So the severe storm moving into Graham is weakened considerably, fortunately for y'all. But there could still be hail falling in Graham right now, but it's unlikely to be the size of a baseball. That storm's going to be moving northeast towards Bryson by 6:10. Well, let's do this. Make sure I'm actually right with that. By 6 p.m. in Bryson, if not sooner, based on the core right there. So let's do this. They say it's moving at 45. Really, what does this say? 35. Oh, well, we'll do 45. If I'm early by a couple minutes. I'd rather be early than late, so we'll do 45. Bryson, by 5:50. City of Jacksboro, 6:05 to 6:10. But good news is that storm's weakening right now. You've got another storm just northwest of Breckenridge on 183 northeast sides of the lake out there. That's going to be moving towards Crystal Falls. That might have some 3/4 inch to 1 inch diameter size hail. That'll be moving towards Elizasville and South Bend. So those of you in Elizasville, I know we had someone in chat say they had some good rain earlier. You're about to get some more and maybe a wee bit of hail. And then those of you in Albany, you're getting a storm right now again. Worst of it should be just southeast of town, though, and east of town. That'll be moving closer to Breckenridge. So heads up to those of you in Breckenridge. This storm near Albany is heading your way. Let's take a look in northwest Texas. We do have a lot of rain up here from northwest of Olney to Archer City, Lakeside City to Henrietta to Ryan, Oklahoma. These storms moving off to the northeast. With the potential of quarter-size hail, that's 1 inch in diameter, and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Why is there a severe thunderstorm warning in Pennsylvania for tennis ball size hail? We're going on an ADD road trip, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a trip across the United States. I want to find out which one of these storms is dropping tennis ball size hail. You gotta be kidding me. Why the heck is there a storm in northwest Pennsylvania dropping tennis ball size hail? Well, I-79 north of I-80, good news. You're getting tennis ball size hail. That's only good news if you like rare weather events in Pennsylvania. Everyone else is not going to be happy, but there you go. Supercells in Pennsylvania. Oh, and it's storming in Akron, Ohio, and then, oh look, tornado warnings in Illinois. Call me shocked. That is like the teeniest little shower I've ever seen. I have hair follicles bigger than that. Good grief. Okay, back to Texas, and yeah, storms in Missouri, blah, 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 storms in Oklahoma. What's new? Have fun. I love. And then we're back to Texas. So, Henrietta, ladies and gentlemen, I think I just broke my program. Henrietta, you've got a storm, maybe some small hail. You've got heavy rain, and you've got lightning. No tornadoes, maybe some street flooding. But, you're about to get a lot more rain in Henrietta. Let's pop on the regional radar. We'll pop on the satellite. And those triangles are hail markers, by the way, in case anyone asked. I do not have hair follicles. I have a few hair follicles right now, but that's only because I've been lackluster at shaving off the side head. But the top of the head remains bald and in dire need of a wax. Nope, no tornadoes in DFW. No tornadoes in Garland. We may start to see a few storms down around San Angelo, north of Ozana to Sanderson. Some of those storms eventually may try to grow into hailers, but certainly nothing down there noteworthy right now, but you can see them trying to bubble up. All right. So, for those joining, howdy. My name's David Reimer. I am Baldy in Chief here at the Texas Storm Chasers and Texas Weather Roundup. And we've got some storms with hail this evening. And beneficial rain in parts of western North Texas, northwest Texas. Nothing near DFW at the moment, and there's nothing imminent in DFW. We're not dealing with a tornado risk right now. Storms southeast of Wichita Falls. It's going to rain in Wichita Falls with some lightning. We've got storms from Archer City down to Olney, moving northeast. Those will be crossing over Highway 281 around Scotland to Windthirst. And that eventually will make their way back into Clay County. So Henrietta, Dick Worsham, Bellevue, Secret Springs. It's going to be raining up there again soon. Let's pop into the radar in Wichita Falls. Y'all in Wichita Falls, let us know if you're watching. It's about to rain a bit in Wichita Falls. Probably some moderate to locally heavy rain. Some rumbles, the thunder, maybe some cloud-to-ground lightning, but the hail. And the worst of it is going to stay south of town by a few miles, probably south of Lakeside City, as it moves off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So some good range down in portions of Archer County, Archer City, south of Wichita Falls. Wichita Falls, you're just getting skirted with the worst staying south of town. Hello, Sir Arson Alex. Yeah, you've got some hail rolling into Archer City, or at least some small hail and locally heavy rain. Enjoy that. Nothing too crazy, though. You might get some quarter-size hail. Graham, hey, the good news is that storm really weakened as it came into town, but still, you probably got some hail in Graham. We had a report of golf ball-size hail southwest of Graham at 5:20 p.m. 67 and Medlin Chapin Road. Farther southwest, severe storm north of Albany. It's going to be moving off to the northeast towards Breckenridge. So those of you in Breckenridge, get ready. You might actually get in on this next storm, rolling in from the southwest. By about 6:10 to 6:20 p.m. Right now, the possibility of maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. You could see the hail indicator actually came up a little bit on that, but radar usually overdoes it. And then we've got what? Say this. It's a cute little appendage signature, isn't it? And this is one of these cases where it's not a tornado, but, it's got that little hook. See which way the wind's blowing, and there's really nothing much there right now. And it helped, actually, a little bit more there than it would have been, but the storm's behind an outflow boundary, so that outflow boundary would drastically reduce the risk of a spin-up tornado. The outflow boundary, that's why I just highlighted, and then the storm's up here in the slightly rain-cooled air mass. That's why you don't let me play with crayons. But still, maybe a microburst right now, southeast of Albany with that hail. That's moving up towards Breckenridge, and again, 6:10 to 6:20. This storm will be near Breckenridge, probably closer to 6:05 at the lake west of town, so heads up with that. I'm going to actually take a gander. And and the radar's right here, so we're literally looking right up the road. Now we can look from the weather radar out in Fort Worth, and you can see aloft quite a hail core with this storm. Southeast of Albany, moving northeast towards Breckenridge. A bit of weak mid-level rotation, but that's typical for a supercell. It's saying the same thing, about 6:10 to 6:20 p.m. this evening. Those of you in Breckenridge could have a hailstorm approaching from the west. Back down the road we go. We've got a storm going up in San Angelo. Storm on the west side of San Angelo now. Looks like this would be, let's just say about 7 miles west of town. If you want to go off the loop there at 306 and 67, this would probably be about 3 miles west of there. And again, this storm's probably going to perk itself up a bit. So those of you in San Angelo, let's loop this. You've got this coming in from the west. It's about to rain in San Angelo, which means half the town's about to have street flooding. And then we're also going to see the potential for at least some small hail to occur with this storm. Now, if it were to develop more, the hail threat would increase. Farther southwest, near Murchison, to north of Ozana, we do have isolated storms also going up, and we'll watch those to see if anything happens. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect for western North Texas in the Big Country until 10 p.m. this evening for the threat of large hail and damaging winds. The risk of a tornado remains low. A tornado watch is in place for Oklahoma. A tornado watch is in effect for Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, western Missouri, southeastern Iowa, northwestern Illinois, and almost Wisconsin. We get the severe thunderstorm blue box of hail. So again, hailstorm, this is probably the strongest storm we have right now. Southeast of Albany, moving off to the northeast towards Breckenridge, Stevens County. The lake, which I can never remember, and I'm not going to call out a false lake name. So let's just go up the road we go and pull up the map and say, yay, it's Hubbard Creek Lake. Oh, yay! Hubbard Creek Lake. It'll be out there by about 6:10 p.m. The potential for hail, heavy rain, dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning, could be large to very large hail. And then this storm's going to be passing near the city of Breckenridge, 6:15 to 6:20 p.m. We've got a storm northeast of Breckenridge. That storm has the potential to produce nickel to quarter size hail. That'll be moving northeast pretty quickly towards Ivan and South Bend. South Bend, it'll be near there about 6:10 p.m. Ivan, about 6:05. This storm should stay mostly southeast of Graham. It'll be crossing over Highway 16 southeast of Graham by around 6:20 to 6:25, passing south of Bryson, just north of Grayford in southwestern Jack County by about 6:30 to 6:40 this evening. We'll continue on our magical road trip, and we're going to say hello to our friends in Archer City. Archer City, you've got heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail, probably some street flooding. Right now, that activity will continue lollygagging off to the northeast, and it doesn't look as organized as some of the earlier storms. I think this is more of a heavy rain
Concho,
street flood maker.
Stevens, and Young County in Texas.
Then a big, bad, very mad drop softball size hail on your roof maker. Same thing goes. Lakeside City, south side of Wichita Falls, down 281 to Scotland. Storms moving northeast towards 287, Jolly, and Henrietta. A lot of rain, maybe some hail, strong wind gust. Elizasville, you are under a new severe thunderstorm warning. Congratulations. I'm sure you're thrilled. That's for this storm coming up to Elizasville, Ivan, and South Bend up in northeastern Stevens and southern Yum in northwestern Palo Pinto County. This severe thunderstorm warning does include Possum Kingdom Lake. So that's going to be a severe thunder boomy capable of producing half-dollar size hail, 1.25 inches in diameter, along with localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. That's going to be moving northeast, east-northeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. This will be near Possum Kingdom Lake at about 6:15 p.m. Excuse me, 6:05 p.m. 6:05 p.m. So heads up to y'all, Possum Kingdom Lake, 6:05 p.m. The possibility of a big, bad, slightly mad thunderstorm capable of producing pocket change size hail. The higher end of pocket change, not your dimes, but maybe some quarters to half dollars for those of you who remember what physical pocket change is. And then that'll be moving off to the northeast with strong winds as well. And then this storm southwest of Breckenridge, this one's probably closer to golf ball size hail if I have to be realistic, and it's my channel, so I get to do whatever the heck I want, so we'll be realistic. And that'll be moving towards the city of Breckenridge and Hubbard Creek Lake. Hubbard Creek Lake by about 6:05. City of Breckenridge, probably 6:15. And right now, this storm has a rather unpleasant-looking hail course southeast of Albany, moving off towards Breckenridge. We'll take a look at all the radar tilts, and that's what it looks like with all the radar tilts. And you can see it's storming, it's pouring, and the San Angelo storm is preparing to be mad. So, hello, San Angelo. Let's say hello to you. Apparently, you've decided you want to be a stormy and are about to bring the possibility of some hail to the city of San Angelo. So, heads up, San Angelo. Your risk of hail is increasing as Stormy rolls in from the west side of town. We'll just put a loop on this, as I have modestly broken something, so I'm trying to fix it. I may not be able to. All right. I've heard a beep, beep, beep. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Shackelford County in Texas.
There we go. Let's not do that again. All right, so give me just a second. So again, San Angelo, you've got some storms rolling on in. And then we've got the same thing up here in northwest Texas / western North Texas, eastern Big Country. All right, give me just a second. I'm going to try to get some cameras set up here from San Angelo. Oh, I like that. Let's do that. We'll do that. See what we get from this. Nope. Ooh, actually, go back to that camera. And yes, I'm going to show y'all the cameras in a second. I'm just getting them set up on my end because, well, clearly I waited till now. So, let's go ahead and do that. Give me just a second. We'll use the magical buttons of life. And there you go. Both these cameras are going to be in San Angelo. So we're going to watch these with great interest. And let's see what we can get from it. You can see camera on the right Wow, it's not really showing you too much on this screen. Give me just a second, and I'll shift that around, and we'll see if we can actually show you a little more of that. I'm probably gonna mess this
The
up.
National Weather Service has issued a new
Oh,
severe
I thought I
thunderstorm
was.
warning for
Stevens County in Texas.
Here, let's do this. You couldn't hear me for a second, but yeah, you could see pretty cute storm moving east into San Angelo. And heavy rain and at least small hail be possible with that as it moves east into the city. So both these cameras you see on the right are going to be San Angelo. We'll keep an eye on that. Till then, we'll keep an eye on what we have here, and that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Stevens County. It's going to be for the city of Breckenridge, the potential for ping pong ball size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. So heads up, y'all in Breckenridge. Again, the potential for a storm with ping pong ball size hail to roll into town by 6:10 to 6:15. And Hubbard Creek Lake, 6:05. So in the next 5-ish to 8-ish minutes. It's going to be rolling your way. Rearranging windows. Things I should not be doing while in coverage, but alas, it's a Monday. So again, Breckenridge, especially west and north of town, you've got one storm with hail heading on your way. Those of you, Elizasville to Ivan, South Bend, especially near Ivan, you've got a hail dump right now. Take a look at that nasty hail core near Ivan. That's about to cross over Highway 67. That's going to be moving northeast up towards, eventually crossing over Highway 16, southeast of Graham, northwest of Grayford. And then this storm will be moving into northern Palo Pinto and southern Jack County, perhaps skirting Possum Kingdom Lake. So heads up, it'll be around Possum Kingdom Lake probably by, I mean, at this rate, if it doesn't stay just north, it'll be there probably by 6:10. Two cameras next to me. Those are going to be on the west side of San Angelo. We're watching to see developing thunderstorm activity here, west-northwest sides of San Angelo. So we'll see if we see anything interesting with that activity. You can see all the rain shafts starting to develop with that activity. In fact, we'll take full screen. And you can see that precipitation there, fairly high cloud bases, which is what you'd expect with that. And again, you're looking in San Angelo. We'll take another view. Here's another view from San Angelo. And again, you can see on the right, you've got your cloud base, your updraft above that. Again, you're looking from the west-northwest sides of San Angelo. And we'll keep an eye on that activity as it continues moving off
the
to the
National
northeast.
Weather
Again,
Service has
looking
issued
from
a
the San
new
Angelo
severe
region.
thunderstorm
We'll
warning
get back to the
for
radar.
Jefferson County in Oklahoma. Archer, Clay, and Wichita County in Texas.
All right. Let's take a look at this report from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. It's going to be a funnel cloud near Windthirst up here in northwest Texas. This is going to be from one of the storms near Archer City. You can see little baby funnel cloud there. Again, it's not unusual to sometimes see little appendages like that. You need to watch them for rotation. Etc. So that's from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. All right, back to the radar we go, and the traffic cameras from San Angelo. Yes, I obnoxiously sing. It's one of my characteristics. So, all right, let's take a look at this. And let's get back to the radar. So again, I'll show you where that picture from Chad was taken. Winthrop. So this activity around Archer City, etc. And what the heck? Hey, Jason, if you're watching, let me know. And if you are, why are we doing this east of Archer City? So this is the which way the wind's blowing mode. And I'll be honest, it actually does have a little area of mid-level rotation with it. I'm a little surprised to see that. Let me see if there's a weather station over here, because it should be in what we call elevated... elevated in the sense of rain-cooled surface air, which it may still be, but I'm a little surprised to see that, I will admit. We'll watch it, though. So again, that was from Storm Chaser Chad Casey, and, well, Chad wouldn't be the first one of our chasers to randomly pull a rabbit out of his posterior. Storm Chaser Blake Brown tends to do that all the time. He's the magical chaser in the panhandle. So we'll keep an eye on it. But again, all this activity from Archer City to Scotland, Henrietta has the potential right now of some quarter-size hail, heavy rain, strong winds, cloud-to-ground lightning. We're not worried about tornadoes right now, even though that's the first rotational signature I've seen today. That's a little more interesting, but that could just be an area of wind. Back down the magical road we go, and ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to sing Ho Ho Ho. Okay, sorry, it's not Christmas, I know. I'm not allowed to sing Christmas music right now, I've been banned. Breckenridge, guess what? You've got a storm southwest of town heading your way. It'll be there in the next 10 to 13 minutes, and it has the potential to be quite unhappy with the risk of maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. We're going to be watching it carefully. No rotation with this in the low levels, and we can say that because there's literally a radar right there. These are hailers and rainmakers. We've got that other storm near Ivan up Highway 67 to South Bend. That's going to be moving off to the northeast as well at about 30 to 40 miles an hour, passing over the north sides of Possum Kingdom Lake, up into far northern Palo Pinto County and southern Jack County. Naughty body. So that's going to be moving off to the northeast at about 40. There are no sharknadoes at this time. Jacksboro, guess what? You get your own storm here in the next few minutes. Starting to see a little wind signature with this. Notice how it's kind of bowing out a little. That could be an indication of some strong winds helping to push it. So I would not be shocked if we end up having a wee bit of a wind signature with that as well. Let's take a look from the DFW radar. And again, yeah, definitely starting to see a bit more of a wind signature east of Bryson coming up towards the city of Jacksboro from the west. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. We might be starting to see a little bit of a higher damaging wind threat with this storm rolling into the city of Jacksboro. So we are live on YouTube and Twitch, for what it's worth. Should also be on our website and mobile app. And again, in terms of streaming, most of the time we're streaming exclusively on YouTube, and then I just have Twitch on because it's easy. If we have tornado warnings, I do kick on the Facebook, the X, all those. But when it's just, long duration coverage without tornadoes, it's YouTube. And that's just because YouTube promotes long duration live streaming where really you get more views the more you're streaming. Facebook's the opposite. You peak right when you go live and then it just goes downhill like, I almost made a reference to, what's that I don't even know if it's Marvel. I don't think it's a Marvel movie. Something floating in the wind. Let's put it that way. Okay, so we've got a couple of storms out here in western North Texas. If I incorrectly referenced the DC versus Marvel, Alex Bartholomew is going to throw a fit. So let's go quickly. Henrietta to Archer City. Line of storms moving northeast. Heavy rain, strong winds, quarter-size hail, lightning. That is frightening. Severe storm about to roll into Jacksboro from Bryson. Lightning is frightening. Damaging winds. Maybe quarter-size hail. Severe storm northeast of Breckenridge on Highway 67 approaching Possum Kingdom Lake. That could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. City of Breckenridge, you're about to get an unwelcome visitor known as quarter to golf ball size hail, strong winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and yes, lightning is frightening. Wow, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. It's a rare view down here in the city of San Angelo. You know what's rare? Would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen? You're looking live in the city of San Angelo where it's raining. Wow, breaking news! Precipitation falls out from the sky. Hey, hey, hey! This storm may have some small hail with it. It is intensifying a bit, but at this point, well, it might start having quarter-size hail shortly. So those of you north sides of San Angelo, heads up. Strong winds, maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail. You can see that slow-moving van there in the right lane doing about 30 miles an hour under the speed limit. I'm glad we didn't just see a pileup. And then across the San Angelo Loop 306 in southwest San Angelo, you can see a wee bit of rain with that as well. And this is Southwest 306 in San Angelo. My mic keeps turning off every time I go to one of these scenes because I don't have my giant camera feed on. But back to this. We'll keep those boxes up again. That's San Angelo. Someone holler if for some reason we start seeing something obnoxious. And thank you, Horse Nanny, for that generous super chat. Appreciate it very much. Adderall? I don't need no Adderall. I just need more caffeine juice. Wichita Falls, good news. It's raining. That's about it. The worst is staying to your south. And now there's a tornado in Clinton, Missouri. Okay, well, I guess we can go look at that real quick because, again, I'm ADD. Where's the tornado? Oh, there it is. Let's take a peek. A little bit of radar porn. Okay, which way the wind's blowing mode. There you go. We'll hit the button, and yep, there's your tornado debris signature. Blue donut surrounded by a sea of red in conjunction with velocity, couple it with precipitation. There you go. That's Clinton, Missouri. That's your Baldy-in-Chief weatherism learning experience for the day. Back to Texas we go, outside of Oklahoma City where there's storms. Well, hopefully they don't get hailed on. One of our storm chasers is an insurance adjuster up there, and he would be very unhappy. All right, Jacksboro, guess what? You've got a storm rolling in from the southwest with strong winds. Could be some 60, 65 mile an hour winds. Quarter-size hail, lightning, and rain. Archer City, you're about done unless you get some more storms firing to your southwest, which you might because you're special. We'll go to the Frederick radar for this and pop on in. And what is that little signature right there? That's interesting. A little appendage, eh? We'll keep an eye on it. Callie, thank you very much for those pictures you sent in. Definitely appreciate it. Henrietta, guess what? It's about to storm. You've got a storm. This is all moving northeast towards 287 in Henrietta. Jolly to Henrietta. You've got storms heading your way. Oh. All right. So, let's turn the radar loop on. Sorry, sometimes I get caught in my own ADHD world over here. It's raining in San Angelo. Both those cameras are San Angelo. You can see a pretty good rain foot on that image from southwest side of San Angelo at Loop 306. You can see a nice rain foot there above my head. Up there. That's an indication of some strong winds. The good news is, East Texas, we are not expecting any mischief tonight. All right, so storms. Well, first off, retreating dry line up here, unless that's an outflow boundary, but we'll just pretend it's the dry line. Storms, Scotland, Windthirst up to Henrietta, moving northeast with heavy rain, quarter-size hail, strong winds. We've got storms over Jacksboro. That could have quarter-size hail. Winds to 60 to 65 miles an hour. Heavy rain. We've got storms south of Graham about to cross over Possum Kingdom Lake, moving towards northern Palo Pinto County and southern Jack County, eventually towards Grayford, Perrin, and Salesville. And then Breckenridge, you are about to get slammed by a storm with probably quarter to maybe ping pong ball, golf ball size hail. Winds of 60. So we're just going to have to see how all this goes. But good news, we don't have any tornado warnings. We're not doing any tornado issues right now, which is why we're doing kind of informal stuff, which is why I'm just chit-chatting here with y'all. All right. Y'all let us know where you're watching from. That way we can focus on what we have going on. Let's take a look at San Angelo, and you can see San Angelo has storms on the west and north sides of town. In fact, this one on the north side of town looking rather spunky with hail, heavy rain, but check this out. That rain foot, you know what? I bet that's what we're looking at right here on this image. I bet that's a microburst we're looking at from the 306 in southwest San Angelo. I bet that's what I was talking about. That microburst? Well, guess what? Let's go back. Here's what it looks like on radar. Both these camera shots are from San Angelo. You can see microburst northwest of 306 and 67. Seeing some winds up to 45, 50 miles an hour here. And that's your microburst. Localized area of strong winds. North sides of San Angelo, guess what? Could have some hail, heavy rain. That's going to be moving northeast away from town, up 67 miles by about 6:45. Ballinger could be there by 7:20 to 7:30 p.m. this evening. Murchison, we've got some storms, heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning. Lightning is frightening. And then we got some activity back on Interstate 10 west of Ozana. Southeast of Iran, and that's just some showers with gusty winds. A lot of folks in DFW. Well, DFW, I have good news. You don't have anything to worry about for now. A few hours from now, we're going to have to wait and see. Got a trio of storms we're watching right now in western North Texas that could eventually threaten parts of the western and northern suburbs of DFW, though I guess the definition of suburbs is continually changing. I don't know if I'd consider places like Denton or McKinney, Frisco a suburb anymore. We've got the DF I don't know what it would be called. I'm always going to mispronounce Ira Ann. Okay, well, we'll try with that. I'll probably forget it, and you'll have to tell me again, and then I'll find my little mallet and hit myself on the head with it. And by the way, longtime viewers will remember, when I say mallet, I actually have a mallet. I have a new mallet. It's orange. It's soft. Not really, but there you go. Welcome to ADD Baldy and Chiefism. So again, trio of storms. One over Jacksboro, one just northwest of Possum Kingdom Lake, and one over Breckenridge. Each one of these storms could have quarter to $half size hail, maybe up to golf ball size hail if you're unhappy / unlucky. The potential for localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, and heavy rain with lightning. No spinny dooms right now, no tornadoes, none of that nonsense, but the risk isn't completely zero this evening. We're just going to have to watch things carefully, and that is exactly what we're going to do as this activity continues moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So yeah, guess what? That means places like Mineral Wells, you might eventually have to deal with it. Jacksboro may eventually have to deal with it. Oh, Sebastian, RuneScape, that brings back memories. I actually played, when it was, current, I actually played RuneScape version 1, which was the original RuneScape, and then RuneScape 2, which I think they call RuneScape
Concho,
Classic
Runnels,
now.
and Tom Green County in Texas.
And that was back in the, early 2000s. But I'm actually a flight sim boy. And by flight sim boy, I mean I am, like, payware aircraft. I've got... Over here, I've got a Boeing yoke, rudder pedals, throttle quadrant, whole setup. I've been doing that since the 2000s. I do VATSIM, virtual airline, all that. And enough with Baldy and Chief being a nerd. So, I've actually thought about starting a YouTube channel just for the flight sim stuff. I might. It would give me an excuse to do it over the quieter months, but I'm pretty sure... There's always something to be doing, right? That'd be kind of fun, though. I might. How much coffee have I had? Not as much as you think. It's just I have to be energetic to be entertaining. I mean, come on now. If you must know, I'm literally looking at a camera. In fact, here, let's do this. I'll show y'all here in a second. I'll just set up a remote camera off my iPad and show you what my view is. Hold on, I gotta press some buttons. Buttons. And look, I get to be jovial because we don't have tornadoes. If, we had tornadoes, stuff like that, I would be clearly in the zone and we'd be focusing wholeheartedly on that. But, when you're live for hours on end, you gotta sometimes just smile and wave and be entertaining. Alright, so I just have to set this up real quick. So, real quick, I'll just show you. You're going to see my iPad for a second, but that's because I'm going to switch it over to a remote feed. And give me a second. There we go. Here's me. Well, you can't see me yet. Hold on. Here you go. So, here you go. I'm just using my iPad. Desk, cough drops, monitor, camera. I'm talking to the camera right there, right? You've got other monitor. Guess what? I have more monitors. Say hi to the vertical monitor. Monitor, chats. Oh, look, more monitors. So, yeah, guess what? I have a lot of distractions over here. And sometimes I get overstimulated, but it's also quite helpful when we have problems in the spinny doom department. All right, let me put back on what I'm supposed to have on here, which admittedly I don't remember, but let's try that, okay? Okay, so there you go. And yes, I definitely need to clean the desks, but that's why I've never done a real video showing you the setup, because, well, let's be honest, this isn't a studio-type setup here. I don't have a green screen behind me. I don't have, a couch and a fake brick wall. It's just me, myself, and I in this room. And a portable air conditioner, because it's hot and a hot dog sometimes. All right, let's get back to why y'all are actually here. San Angelo, you've been promoted, ladies and gentlemen. You have a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Tom Green County. This storm has ramped its happy self up. It is now capable of producing looks like at least quarter-size hail. The radar seems to think it could be bigger than that, but, well, that's what y'all are here to figure out for us. You're moving northeast towards Miles, 6:50 p.m. Ballinger, about 7:30. This is northeast of San Angelo. Potential for strong winds as well, 50 to 60 miles an hour. But again, San Angelo, this will be to the northeast sides of y'all. And then there's more storms southwest of town that are weak right now, but could bring more rain to San Angelo. Yes, I actually only have 2 computers in here. The one that's running this stream, all the weather software, is running 8 monitors. I'll nerd about that here in just a second, but let's take a look at back up here. Possum Kingdom Lake, yeah, you've got this storm about to move in. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, localized winds to 60. So if you got your car in a garage, that'd be a good idea. Again, especially north side to Possum Kingdom Lake up near Highway 16. That's going to be moving up there. Moving across into southern Jack County. Jacksboro, south to Perrin on Highway 281. Joplin on Highway 199, and then eventually this is going to be crossing 380 near Runaway Bay in western Wise County, probably by about 7:20 p.m. Starting to see a few showers pop up out here in Den Wise counties. Nothing to write home about yet, but is an indication we have some increasing lift. We'll watch that. And then back, Jacksboro, again, you have a storm. Over Jacksboro, that's moving northeast. It's not as strong as it has been, but it still has heavy rain, maybe some dime to nickel-size hail, maybe quarter-size hail up on 59 northeast of Jacksboro. That's going to be moving up towards areas north of Lake Bridgeport, towards Chico, Alvord, up here in northwestern Wise County. Breckenridge, guess what? You've got a storm over town right now, and again, that storm could have some pretty good hail with it. Could be at least ping-pong ball. Seen a pretty good hail core with that. That's going to be moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Not really any rotation with it, but could be strong winds. That eventually will be moving towards Possum Kingdom Lake itself. So heads up with that. Another storm for Possum Kingdom Lake, especially the southern half of the lake. So folks who missed out on this first storm, that'll be arriving probably by about 7 p.m. And then that's going to move across northern Palo Pinto County. If that storm moves more east, it's going to be an issue for places like Caddo, Brad, and eventually
The
maybe
National
Mineral
Weather
Wells,
Service
but that's still
has
a ways
issued a
off.
new
So
severe
right now in
thunderstorm
DFW,
warning for
a few showers,
Palo
maybe
Pinto,
a few
and Young County in Texas.
cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Nothing else to write home about right now. Henrietta storm, well east of Wichita Falls. Wichita Falls, you're looking in good shape for now. Henrietta storm is going to be moving off to the northeast. Hey, radar! Whoa, 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 whoa. Why you no load? Thank you. Henrietta storm's moving off to the northeast. A lot of rain with this. Could be some flooding of 287 around Henrietta to Jolly, along with Highway 148 and 82 out here. We'll have to keep an eye on this storm. Definitely a lot of rain with it. Potential for maybe some quarter-size hail. And in the which way the wind's blowing mode, again, we're not seeing really much rotation. We do see some increased wind around Henrietta right now. This storm should be in a rain-cooled air mass from earlier storms, so I'm not sure all this wind's going to make it down to the surface, but definitely the potential for some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds and flooding around Henrietta. So let me loop this. And while we do that, we are coming up on 6:30, at which point we'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model and see what's going on with storms tonight. But hey, a big thank you to everyone who's been tuning in today. We definitely appreciate it. If you've got folks out in these areas that need weather information, just share our YouTube link with them. Links embedded on the homepage of our website and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Guess what? We do have a free mobile app. You get your weather forecast across the entire United States, interactive weather radars. You can watch our coverage. And then while we do this real quick, I'm going to talk nerd for just a couple minutes. That's my excuse to mind space for a minute and rest. The machine running all this, 8 monitors, is going to be custom built. I built it myself, actually. 14900K. I've got a 420 millimeter radiator on it with the fans. It's a Corsair 7000D case, so overkill for sure, but it let me put 140 millimeter fans. I've got 8 140 millimeter fans. I'm just going to use weather terms. Inflow through the case. I've got 4 140 millimeters outflow, or sucking air out, including through the radiator, and that's just so I could control the amount of air going into it through the dust fans. I've got a 4080 Ti graphic card and a 4060. 4080 Ti is for the entire workload, streaming, all that graphics. 4060 is just so I can have these 4 other monitors. I'm not really doing any, major work with it, so that's why I don't, need like another 4080, whatever. Didn't go for the 4090, because, back when the 4080 Ti came out, it was a much better price point for what I needed, and, obviously I'm not spending any money on that stuff right now anyway. I built all this before we had, memory inflation gate, all that. I have 64 gig of DDR5 overclocked to 6000 in the computer. Other computer that runs our 24/7 stream and a couple monitors is a 14700K Corsair. I've actually got 128 gigs of DDR5 in that. And again, this was all way before inflation gate. Because the memory, the DDR5, for those of you not technologically inclined, everything I just described, that amount of memory right now probably goes for $4,000, which is quite ridiculous. So, all right, let's talk about what we have going on in the her department tonight, now that I've nerded out and lost half my audience at least. Let's pop on out, and let's take a look. This is going to be the high res rapid refresh model. And we're going to load it from, let's load it from 7 through 7. So 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Now, we're going to need to see how well this model's doing. Here's what it shows at 7. Again, it's got some of the showers in North Texas. It's not doing great with the activity in western North Texas or the Concho Valley in terms of specific locations, all right? So don't take it as the gospel in terms of where it shows storms exactly. I'm just looking for trends, mainly to see how late we're going to be doing this, right? We don't have anything in Del Rio right now. So I'm just going to step forward this. Here's 7. Here's 9. Now, it says stuff in North Texas is dissipated. It's in San Angelo. It keeps a isolated storm or two going through Brownwood at 1 a.m. Okay, so clearly the model's doing garbage right now in terms of its performance, but we could see a storm or two continue through the late evening. Let's take a look at real time. Here's satellite. Here's radar. Well, here's radar. You can see Del Rio stuff never developed. Or if it did, it's still on the mountains, in the higher mountains of Mexico. So Del Rio, Eagle Pass, we don't have any storms attacking right now. Now, could those eventually attack Del Rio and Eagle Pass in a couple hours? Sure, we've seen it happen plenty of times before. Last night, for example. San Angelo, guess what? You got stormies. Congratulations. Sorry for the hail. Sorry for the wind. Good rain, though. You need the rain. We've got some isolated showers and storms down near Ozana. Hey, you know what? Rain is rain, and you will accept it with open arms. Western North Texas, a trio of stormies having some temper tantrum issues. Overall, they're not as organized as they were earlier. I mean, you know, the storm in Jacksboro was a big, bad, very mad. It had baseball-sized hail southwest of Graham earlier. Guess what? It bird farted, and now it's looking a lot weaker. Kind of a small line segment now here in Jack County. Raining, pouring, gusty winds. We had reports of dime-sized hail in Jacksboro. That's 3/4 of an inch in diameter. We've got a pretty good storm over the north side of Possum Kingdom Lake, moving off to the northeast. And a storm that is just northeast of Breckenridge, where we had hail up to the size of $half reported, 1.25 inches in diameter. I'm going to mispronounce this so bad. K. Reiner Dorbin 206. Oh, man. The mispronunciation alone deserves that to go away. Thank you very much for the super chat. And yeah, look, for me going live, I will admit, getting me to go live is difficult because I don't like it very much. I get anxious ahead of time because if I go live, I need to stay live for like the whole day, right? And you know, if we only have 1 or 2 storms and not much is going on, I have to figure out what to talk about. And it's real difficult for me. And some days my throat gets dried out real quick and I feel like garbage and it takes days for me to recover. Days like this where, you know, we've got a good number of storms. I'm able to bounce around in my ADD glory. I'm actually doing okay. But it's that pre-performance anxiety, I guess, stage fright, if you want to consider it that way. So, no, really, I need to do this more. It makes sense, right? So, that's the plan. Alright, so yippity yappity doopity doo, Ozona. So, for those of you in DFW, if these storms out west can make it into DFW, yeah, we're going to have some storms. But, you know, hopefully not, right? The chance is not high. We've got some showers from Hillsboro to Terrell, Clarksville. None of that severe. There's been a few cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Enjoy the brief downpour. Texoma, western North Texas, we've got these storms. We've got some gusty winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, and hail. That's it. We also have a fancy mute button, so I can burp up my subway, and y'all don't have to hear it. Like I said, when we're not doing tornado coverage, I can be laid back and funny and ridiculous and ADHD and whatever. But I'm also able to be serious and whatnot. That's why we have, 1.3 million followers on Facebook. Not that that matters, because I refuse to pay Facebook $10,000 a month just to show my post to 3% of the following. We're growing on YouTube, the Texas Weather Roundup channel. That's for the day-to-day forecasts and stuff like this. And then, of course, the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube, which we're live on as well, and that has quite a following as well. So, storm over the northeast sides of Possum Kingdom Lake. Now moving away from the lake, moving towards Perrin and Highway 281. That has the potential now of golf ball size hail with it. So the Weather Service saying golf ball size hail. Moving off to the northeast. This is going to be crossing over 281 southeast of Jacksboro. Probably a bit south of the 380-281 intersection, but closer to the 199-281 split. And eventually, this is going to be moving towards Runaway Bay and Lake Bridgeport. Runaway Bay and Lake Bridgeport, let's say 710 to 715. Large hail, localized damaging wind gusts, and cloud-to-ground lightning along with heavy rain possible. Starting to see an uptick in showers. We might start getting some lightning strikes soon out of this. Ponder, Rome, Azle, Roanoke, North Richland, Hillsden. These are still showers. but we're probably getting to a point where we're probably going to start seeing some cloud-to-ground lightning strikes with this activity soon. We'll keep an eye on it to see if there's any additional intensification. But for now, there is not. Otherwise, back here east of Breckenridge, this storm is moving away from Breckenridge, moving towards Caddo, moving up towards Possum Kingdom again. So Possum Kingdom, by the way, is like right here.
The National Weather Service
And guess
has
what?
issued a new
Looks like
severe
a
thunderstorm warning for
dinosaur
Jack, Palo Pinto,
or something.
Stevens,
Y'all in Possum
and Young
Kingdom are
County
about to
in
get another
Texas.
storm with hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. Oh, I can't wait to get this new weather feed ingested into this program. It's the thing posting comments in the chat. That's actually a homegrown, custom-built program I've been working on. I have not put it on the stream side yet, but once I do, that's going to be great. You're going to be able to get those pop-ups so quickly. Oh, you're making me say your name again. I'm going to feel horrible. K-Reaner Dorbin Word 206. Oh, boy. Now, I grew up with speech impediment. Sorry, speech difficulties. I couldn't say R until, like, after the 5th grade. So I promise you, it's not just my complete incapability of pronouncing anything. I actually had a decent reason for it. But, yeah, I got the onion chipotle sandwich. And, yeah, I do have a Jersey Mike's. I need to go do that, too. It's just... I'm in Fredericksburg, Texas, so instead of, a 4-minute drive up the road, it would have been closer to a 9-minute drive. I know, the horror, right? But I do need to do that. Let's go back down to 67 in the Concho Valley. Miles, guess what? Storm perking up with a pretty good hail core now with this, northeast of San Angelo. Still raining north sides of San Angelo, but up in Miles, you're about to get what could be some maybe golf ball size hail. Let us know, by the way, if you're in this area, Ballinger, you could end up with this storm by 7:30. Hail, golf ball size hail. Miles, you're in for the next few minutes. If you're on 67 northeast of San Angelo up to Ballinger and you end up getting hail, let us know how big it is. Down in the eastern Big Bend, southern Concho Valley, a few showers down here. Ozana, all the way north of Sanderson, southeast of Fort Stockton. No Fort Stocktoning supercell today. Small hail, lightning, gusty winds, blowing dust. That activity not doing much. Showers in central Texas. We've got some showers coming up on Killeen, Fort Hood. Maybe a cloud-to-ground lightning strike with that. And then we're going to keep an eye out on this stuff in Denton County. There's nothing severe with this right now. I want to make that clear. I'm not even seeing any cloud-to-ground lightning with this right now, but some brief heavy downpours possible. We'll see if it intensifies, right? Etc. So, Lake Bridgeport, yes, you are going to be dealing with this stuff coming on in. If this cell near Jacksboro stays just to your west and north, looks like this cell near Grayford, northeast of Possum Kingdom Lake's heading your way. So, Runaway Bay, Lake Bridgeport, you're due by 7:10. So keep an eye out for that activity to your west. New severe thunderstorm warning will include a majority of northeastern Stevens, southeastern Young, southern Jack, and Palo Pinto County. Until 7:30 p.m., a severe stormy capable of producing ping-pong ball-size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Located 7 miles southeast of Crystal Falls, 9 miles northeast of Breckenridge, moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is going to be near Possum Kingdom Lake around 6:45, Possum Kingdom Lake State Park around 6:50 p.m. Hey, you can see a pink chair behind me. Look at that. No spinny doom issues right now. No tornado warnings. The overall tornado threat remains quite low. We're not seeing anything that would suggest we're doing any sort of spinny doom anytime soon. But I'll tell you what, this thing's northeast of Possum Kingdom Lake. Let's put a loop on this. I don't know why I don't have hail markers right now. Where did my markers go? Where could they be? pay me money and I'll stop singing. Isn't that the YouTube way? Isn't that the YouTube way? Pay me money and super chats and I'll stop singing? No. No, I'm not one of those, I'm afraid. I mean, I wish I was from time to time. I just don't have the personality. I'm not a businessman. I don't. I do this stuff because I enjoy doing it and making a positive difference. I wish I wish I would. You know, it'd be nice to have that financial stability, but I'm just a baldy in chief, and I'm difficult like that. So, all right. So this storm, this is going to be making its way up towards Runaway Bay. It's got a pretty good hail core, a whole lot of lightning right now. Oh, I add lightning from this from time to time, and then I immediately regret it because just the amount of, obnoxious lightning on here gets old real quick. But I'll add it real quick, and we'll see just how quickly the screen becomes cluttered. We'll see if it loads. Apparently the answer was no.
The National
But
Weather Service
what
has
I'll
issued
do-
a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Pay some money and get that
Jefferson
added to this
and Love
program real
County in
quick. This
Oklahoma.
is the disadvantage of having
Clay
your
County
credit
in
card
Texas.
information saved on your browser. You can just buy stuff willy-nilly, like lightning data. So I'll do that real quick, and then we can have some cute lightning data looping on here. And then I guess I could just put it on the 24/7 weather stream after the fact. See, your super chat just bought lightning data. You leveled up. Congratulations. Now I do feel like I'm in RuneScape. All right. All right, let's press some buttons here. Give me just a second. All right, so I don't need that anymore. Problem is, I don't know how to use this. I should probably stop playing with the lightning now. We'll figure it out later. But again, this storm... well, guess what, Justin? You're starting to get some lightning. I'm going to reset this program real quick. DFW might end up getting some hail, yeah. So let's loop this back. And yeah, DFW might get some hail. Way this is looking, we are starting to see an uptick in activity now. Starting to see some lightning in Justin, Western Denton County. So this activity is starting to perk up a bit. And Blaine, thank you very much for that super chat. So Justin, Ponder, you're starting to get some lightning. There's no hail with that, just some heavy rain right now. Back west, we do have a storm. South of Jacksboro. The potential for golf ball size hail coming up on Perrin, Joplin, and Vineyard. That'll be moving northeast. towards Runaway Bay and Lake Bridgeport over the next 30 minutes. That storm, if it does continue, will have the potential of producing hail in Decatur by 7:45 p.m. if it continues, and it might. So heads up, Lake Bridgeport, Runaway Bay, City of Bridgeport, hail risk increasing in the next 30 minutes, and a pretty good hail core at that. Golf ball size hail right now. These fans you see are 1 hour storm tracks, by the way. See if I can't get the place file working over here. Not you. We have a severe storm now, well northeast of the Breckenridge area, moving towards Possum Kingdom Lake. This one will be on the south side of Possum Kingdom Lake this time. This first storm was north side. This time it's going to be the south side, and that means the potential for hail, especially over south sides of Possum Kingdom Lake, northwestern Palo Pinto County. Could be quarter to golf ball size hail. That's going to be moving east-northeast towards Grayford, probably staying just north of Mineral Wells, but if it turns more easterly, well, you may end up getting some hail there.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Montague County in Texas.
See what that new warning was for. That was going to be for this storm east of Henrietta, moving towards Ringgold. Could be some quarter-size hail with that. Heavy rain, wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Let us know where y'all are watching from this evening. That way we can focus on your areas and give you some more detailed weather information. And of course, if you want to help us get the word out about this Mama Nature temper tantrum, just share the live stream link with your friends and family. So, let's transition down to the Concho Valley real quick. Nightbot's being difficult. Ignore it. All right, so Miles, you could have a pretty good hail core right now near your community on Highway 67. That's going to be moving towards Rowena. May stay a wee bit south of Ballinger, but it's going to be crossing over Highway 83 north of Paint Rock. Probably the worst staying south of Ballinger. Almost looks like we had a split occur. You could see it. Yeah, we did. Storm split. Left split's moving more north-northeast. Right split over Miles is going to move east closer to Paint Rock. So we'll have to watch that. That storm could have some golf ball size hail in it. This left split may end up moving closer to Winters, and eventually, if it keeps up, it may be an issue for portions of Taylor County. So let's go back to North Texas. We're dealing with hailers right now. No tornadoes. We've got a storm coming up to Possum Kingdom Lake again. This will be over the central southern sections of Possum Kingdom Lake, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Potential for this to produce at least ping pong ball size hail. Could be closer to golf balls. Localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. That'll be in Grayford. You know what? Let's just play Big Bad Very Mad. Cool, I can press buttons too button. Here we go. Button 2 button. All right, let's press this. Possum Kingdom Lake the next 5 to 10 minutes. City community of Grayford, 7:25 to 7:30. This looks to stay north of Mineral Wells, but if it were to get near Mineral Wells, 7:30 to 7:40. Storm moving towards Runaway Bay, Lake Bridgeport. Should be there by 7:10 to 7:15 p.m. Potential for golf ball size hail. Winds of 60 miles an hour. City of Bridgeport, 7:25 p.m. Decatur, 287 to 380, 7:35 to 7:40. Farther north, storms have weakened near Chico to Alvar, but still could have some small hail. With that, northwest Texas, Wichita Falls, you're clear. We do have a storm near Ringgold in Montague County. Storm north of Bellevue. That storm has the potential of quarter-size hail, that's 1 inch in diameter, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. And yes, the high-res rapid refresh model is not doing well. It doesn't have a lot of this, which is why we kind of just transitioned to a nowcast mode where we look outside and we use our experience and whatnot. I grew up in DFW in the late 90s and 2000s, so there'd be many days where we'd have storms out in the big country, west and north Texas, and then they keep on going. For those of you who remember the early 2000s, 2002, 2003, we just had constant storms out here. Throckmorton, they'd be dropping tornadoes and huge hail. Throckmorton out here near Haskell, the Abilene-Breckenridge area. Then they'd move east and plow DFW that evening with big hail, lightning, flooding, wind, and some spin-up tornadoes. So I remember the classic I-20 rider. I used to live down here off Great Southwest Parkway, just southwest of 360 down here when I was a kid. So we had our fair share of issues, including the very close call from the March 28th, 2000 Arlington F3. These showers in Denton County, again, maybe pea-size hail and ponder. This is going to be a situation where we have some very small hail, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. Getting decent lightning now in Ponder and North Lake. That'll be moving over the west sides of Denton, the Denton Airport, up to Crum and Sanger. There's nothing severe with this activity right now in the sense of spinny doom-dooms, tornadoes, hail, at least bigger than the size of a pea. Papa Echo Alpha, don't misspell it like I did once in a storm report to the Weather Service. So there's that. Heavy rain. There's nothing severe in Denton County right now. It's this activity out west that's got hail in it. This storm southeast of Jacksboro, about to cross over 281.
The National Weather Service
near
has issued a new
Joplin. That
severe
has some pretty
thunderstorm
big
warning
hail with it.
for Coleman, Concho, Runnels, and Tom Green
And
County
then we
in
have
Texas.
the potential for some localized damaging winds as well. And then we've got the potential for my keyboard to fly. Some hail over Possum Kingdom Lake now. That'll be moving over Possum Kingdom Lake the next several minutes. And that's going to be moving off to the east-northeast, eventually towards Grayford and maybe the north sides of Mineral Wells. Nice view, Scott. We need to get a camera out there. Scott, I don't know why. The first thing we should have done, I mean, forget you buying the land. Should have just put a camera on it the second you signed the lease deed. I'm kidding, but that would be a very good location. All right, so again, guess what? DFW, it's storming in Denton County. It's storming in Wise County. So far, these showers don't have any hail, damaging winds, tornadoes with them. They have lightning. Little bit of hail now with this storm near Ponder. That's a little baby hail marker for maybe dime-size hail. That's what these triangles are. So it's storming in Denton County. We'll keep an eye on it. This storm coming up to Highway 281 from Perrin to just south of Jacksboro does have hail. The potential for golf ball size hail with that. Winds to 60. And I'm curious if we have meteorologist Jason Cooley going out. We'll have to keep an eye out for his views, along with our other chasers. We have Chad Casey out and about. So, again, storm in southeastern Jack County, moving into Wise County. Runaway Bray, good grief. Runaway by Lake Bridgeport, moving into Wise County. If that keeps up, yes, it will make it into Denton County by, let's just say, 8:15. We've got a storm over Possum Kingdom Lake, storm number 2. That could have golf ball size hail with it. That's moving northeast towards Grayford. Grayford by 7:25 to 7:30 p.m. So far, this activity, unless something new fires up, would stay north of Fort Worth and Dallas. Farther south, Ballinger to Paint Rock, you're getting hail soon. Halfway between both towns, probably. This will be crossing 83 south of Ballinger, north of Paint Rock at 7:20. The potential for golf ball size hail with that. Storm. All right, well, unfortunately for me, I need to go visit the little boy's room. So what we're going to do real quick is I'm going to put some music on for just a minute or two, and we're going to be right back. So, what time is it now? 6:57. I'll be back, and literally, my goal is to be back at 7:01. So, 3 minutes. I'm going to get some more caffeine go-go juice. And little boy room. Overshare information. I'll be right back. I'd put on a DJI mic or something, but, well, little boy's room. So, yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. Enjoy your music for like 2-3 minutes, and we'll be back with more live severe weather coverage from the magical, the only, the over-caffeinated Baldy-in-Chief. I'm so sorry.
Why, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. I'm caffeinated. I have more caffeine, and I have a snack. It's the happiest day ever. I'm sorry I was late. I was having to readjust the portable air conditioning hose out of the locked bathroom that was very obnoxiously warm. I decided blowing hot exhaust air into a room adjacent to my networking equipment probably wasn't the wisest idea, so. Alright, let's get back to it. And I have good news. Bad news. The bad news is we still have hailers. The good news is they aren't in DFW right now. This activity in Denton County is going to be just showers. You know, it's not doing anything crazy. It's moving northeast. We have heavy rain. We have occasional cloud to ground lightning. But for the moment, nothing big, bad, and very mad is going on with it. Now, same cannot be said for these storms. These are supercells. These have large hail. They are not tornadic. Where not all supercells produce tornadoes. They produce hail, damaging winds, and yes, sometimes they produce tornadoes, but that doesn't seem to be what we're dealing with right now, which is good. We're watching for any rotation, but I'm not seeing any right now, which is good, but, you know, we'll always keep an eye out. These storms, we're probably going to have new severe thunderstorm warnings soon for places like Decatur, north of Mineral Wells, so parts of Wise County, Haka County, Palo Pinto County, and yes, I know it's Parker, but I like saying Haka. And with that, farther southwest, Ballinger, guess what? You've got a nasty storm. We've actually got two storms. We have splitting supercells. So southern split is moving more east, northern split is weakening and moving north-northeast towards Winters. Southern split, this storm, south of Ballinger, north of Paint Rock. Ping pong ball size hail, the potential for localized, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Storm heading towards Winters has small hail and localized damaging wind gusts. Give me a second. I'm turning my little portable AC to face me. If you see my behind in shorts, I'm so sorry. It's traumatic for me too. Of a portable air conditioner. All right, so congrats, I'm alive. And yes, I have a camera that sticks to me. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on. You're wondering, wow, Mr. Baldy Man, is it going to storm in DFW? Well, the risk certainly seems to be increasing with these storms rolling in from the west. They are ahead of schedule by quite a bit, which is a problem because when they were rolling in at 10 to 11 p.m., well, by that point, storms would be weakening, etc. It's 7 p.m., which means these storms are not going to weaken anytime soon, probably, which means the risk for places like Gainesville, Denton, Decatur, maybe even areas like Azle, the threat of a severe storm with some hail is increasing. So, unfortunate. And these storms are moving northeast. So, I'm going to do real quick. Let me get some of my cameras set back up here. Right. It's like we've got... Ooh, that's a nice view. That's going to be helpful. All right. And yes, the cameras will be on here in just a second. I'm setting them up off screen now so we can use them in a nice, coherent manner. More lightning in Dallas. Denton. Just looking to set some cameras up here. As you might expect, we don't have as many in rural areas as we do in areas of higher population. So, here's what we're going to do. Let's do this. There you go. These are going to be your shots. North shot is going to be Bridgeport. South shot is Decatur. You can see, beautiful view. Here, the view from Decatur. This is the Bridgeport view on Highway 114. They're in Bridgeport. Technically, it's 380. This is going to be in Bridgeport. Runaway Bay and Lake Bridgeport's about to get walloped with hail and some strong winds. Let's take a look a little more distant. Here's the view from Decatur. That's going to be on Highway 380 on the west sides of town. So, again, that's Decatur. Bridgeport. And the storm. So we'll keep an eye on both those shots as this storm from just west of Runaway Bay and Lake Bridgeport moves off to the east-northeast over the next couple hours. Here in the city of Denton, we've got showers and a few thunderstorms. There's nothing severe, no big hail right now, but we need to watch these storms coming in from the west. These storms from near Chico to Runaway Bay, and then Possum Kingdom Lake do have hail in them, up to golf ball size hail. Strong winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. And we'll have to keep an eye on them as they move off to the east-northeast. If they move into your particular neighborhood, yeah, you might end up having some severe weather in the sense of hail and strong winds. But right now, we do not. What I'm going to look for, though, is I'm curious to see what the weather balloon out of Fort Worth had for environmental ingredients. Would have been launched about an hour ago. So I'm hoping I already have that data set. Something tells me I don't, because that would be too convenient. But I'm curious to see what our low-level kinematics wind shear are. I'm curious to see if we're going to have to deal with any sort of a spinny doom issue with this. At this point, I'd say no, but in my videos earlier today, I mentioned after 6 to 7 p.m., we'd have to keep an eye out for any sort of rotation uptick, so we'll see. At this point, we're not seeing that, and I'm not seeing any sort of a convective mode or look here that would suggest that's what's happening. We're probably going to get a severe warning here in a minute for Wise County. The storm is still capable of producing probably quarter to golf ball size hail. So Lake Bridgeport, Runaway Bay, Chico, even to Albert, Decatur on 287, you're going to have to deal with this soon. And that means the potential for large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and lightning. Cameras you're looking at above or next to me, top one's Bridgeport. Bottom one is Decatur here on Highway 380, so we'll keep an eye on those. Looking pretty outflowy. We can pop onto the Decatur camera. And we're not seeing any wall clouds or anything. That we're seeing a pretty laminar storm structure here that kind of suggests to me it's a bit outflowy. So a lot of wind being pushed out by the thunderstorm versus being ingested in. So we get that new severe storm warning for this storm.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Here's the view from the Decatur camera on Highway
Montague
380 looking
and Wise
west.
County in Texas.
And again, you can see a lot of clouds. You saw some lightning there, but we're not seeing the, well-structured supercell you'd expect with striations and, a wall cloud. So that continues to indicate to me this is going to be a wind maker, a hail maker, a heavy rain maker. I'm not too worried about a tornado issue right now. We'll be keeping an eye on it for sure, though, and that's why we've got these cameras set up. So let's go ahead and keep an eye on what's going on, and let me say thank you for popping on in this evening. I'm Texas Weather Roundup and Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. I'll give you one guess as to why I'm Baldy-in-Chief. But we're dealing with some stormies this evening in parts of North Texas, eastern Texoma, down into the Concho Valley. Much of this activity, Denton County right now, it's not severe, but we do have storms out here in parts of Wise County, Cook County, Palo Pinto County that are moving east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour, with the potential of hail up to the size of golf balls, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, and heavy rainfall that could result in some street flooding. You can see that new severe thunderstorm warning, and I apologize. These are storm tracks, by the way, these little purple boxes of nightmares. They're going to be storm tracks. The potential for where the storm may be in the next hour. It's going to be moving northeast. This severe storm now just northeast of Alvord, moving northeast up into Montague County. Moving up Highway 51. This is going to be moving towards Berkeley Ranch. It's going to be moving up towards Leo, Era,
The
Myra,
National
Lindsay,
Weather Service has
Munster.
issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Jack, and Wise County in Texas.
and eventually the city of Gainesville, along with Interstate 35. So Gainesville, about 7:50 p.m. Potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Localized wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. Heavy rain that could quickly drop an inch or two of rain. Farther southwest, a new severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for Wise County. This is for the potential of up to ping pong ball size hail. Localized damaging wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. It's going to be located over Lake Bridgeport, 8 miles west of the city of Bridgeport. Moving east at 40. So east at 40 means those of you in Decatur, this will be near you around 7:30 p.m. Lake Bridgeport now, city of Bridgeport about 7:20 p.m. So Highway 380 is not going to be a happy place to be over the next little while with quite a bit of hail, wind, and lightning. Down in Palo Pinto County, this storm now just over the east sides of Possum Kingdom Lake, starting to weaken a bit, it looks like. The size of the storm is decreasing, which is an indicator of it weakening. So as it does so, we will most definitely keep an eye on it. But again, storm itself probably moving off to the east-northeast still at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Community of Grayford there at the intersection of 254 and 337, about 7:25 to 7:30 p.m. We're looking at about 7:45 for 281 at 254 in northeastern Palo Pinto County. That's going to be near Salesville. If the storm continues, again, it's weakening, which is good. So if it continues to weaken, that'd be great news. Reduce the threat of big hail. This should stay north of Mineral Wells. At this point, there is nothing in terms of severe storms heading towards Weatherford, Fort Worth, Dallas, McKinney. We do have some storms in Denton County dropping pea-size hail. That's a 1/4 inch. Those are moving northeast quickly with some heavy rain, lightning, but they're not severe right now. We'll keep an eye on it, though. As activity moves to the northeast. So again, Den, you're probably getting some street flooding, cloud-to-ground lightning. There may be some very small hail. That's it right now. There's nothing big, bad, very mad with that. We have some showers down here, roughly northern half of Tarrant County. Lake Worth, Eagle Mountain Lake, Saginaw, Keller, north sides of DFW Airport. Unfortunately, all this is probably making a mess of things for flights trying to depart DFW to the north or northwest. Same for arriving flights. This is really going to make a kerfluffle here, especially since we are in South Flow. So my apologies for even more flight nightmares. I did like 40 flights last year. I've done 2 this year. I'm blessed in that department, but why that matters, I have no idea. I'm just a Baldy-in-Chief. It's what Baldy-in-Chiefs do. So let's take a look at the storm crossing over Highway 83. South of Ballinger, north of Paint Rock. San Angelo, you're still getting a few showers, but the worst is off to your east now. We've got this storm near Paint Rock. It's looking weaker now, maybe still some 1/4-size hail. Localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, and that's after this storm dropped golf ball size hail back on Highway 67 over the northeast sides of San Angelo. We had a report of golf ball size hail near Harriet back at 6:30 northeast of San Angelo with this storm. It is looking weaker now. Those of you in DFW right now, nothing in Fort Worth. A few showers. Right now, nothing nasty heading towards Fort Worth either. Watching this storm near Grayford. Moving off to the east. These traffic cameras next to me are up here. Bridgeport is the top. Decatur is the bottom. Both these storms could have maybe some quarter, maybe ping pong ball size hail. I'd say the ping pong ball size hail will be a little more likely with the storm near Lake Bridgeport, Runaway Bay and Bridgeport, about to move into Chico and Alvord. This storm is moving off to the east. East-northeast about 40 miles an hour. So it's skedoodling. We're not doing any tornado issues right now. The storms from Den to Tioga to Collinsville right now on 280, I was about to say 287, up to 377 are not severe. They have some small hail, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning. Starting to get a better view of the storm moving towards Bridgeport. Here's a view from Bridgeport right now. You can see all that hail and rain, a little bit of a green tint. That's going to be at Highway 380 and FM 1658 here in Bridgeport, looking, I guess, northwest. So you can definitely start to see that storm crossing over into the Chico area. This is near Highway 101/114 and 380. You can see Chico, it's storming, it's pouring. And then looking from Decatur, looking west and then northwest from Highway 380 in Decatur on the west sides of town, you can see multiple precipitation cores. That core near Chico, which is behind the gas station sign where that lightning was, and then you can see a secondary core on 380 back west. That's over Lake Bridgeport right now, west of the city of Bridgeport. So definitely the potential right now over the north sides of Lake Bridgeport. Up to Chico, that's where we have the potential for some ping pong ball size hail as this activity continues moving off to the east-northeast at 40 miles an hour. Tasha, thank you very much. And absolutely, big shout out to the Texas Harmony Chorus from Irving. And good luck in your competition in Houston this weekend. Y'all are going to be dealing with some rain on Saturday, it looks like, down in Houston, as a cold front moves in. And then much cooler weather with the behind that cold front heading into Saturday and Sunday. So enjoy the drive down there on I-45. And again, thank you. So again, no tornadoes right now. That's why I'm having a good old fun time. We're not doing any spinny, doom, spaghetti-o issues. We don't have softballs trying to hit your house either right now, which is a benefit. We're dealing with some storms. Now, 10 right now, it's storming, not a severe storm. It has lightning, pea-size hail, that's a 1/4 inch. Some strong wind gusts, if that. The storms near Lake Bridgeport, out here west of Decatur, west of Bridgeport on 380. Storm east of Possum Kingdom Lake, and the storm riding up Highway 51 near Leo. Those storms do have hail. The possibility of hail 1 to 1.5 inches in diameter. That's the size of a quarter to a ping pong ball. Those storms are moving east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So, Gainesville, it's about to storm with hail. Valley View, watch that storm. Same thing for Sainer, Crum, Decatur, the storm near Bridgeport, and Alvord. That's going to track your way. We had a hailstorm in Seattle or Washington earlier? What the heck is going on? Baseball's in Pennsylvania, hail in Seattle, Washington. It feels like a Monday. It's a Thursday, but it feels like a Monday. So, those of you in Dallas, Fort Worth, guess what? Not a thing except some showers right now, which is good news for y'all. Overall, I'd say we're looking better than we were a bit earlier. You know, we're not dealing with baseball-size hail. The storms we're dealing with right now definitely have the potential of producing some hail, but, you know, not baseballs. We're probably dealing with some quarter to ping pong ball. Willie, thank you very much for that generous super chat. And you're right, it's been much busier tornado-wise up north so far this year. We'll see what happens here. Again, let's take a look at the storm over Lake Bridgeport. Here's a look at that as it moves off to the northeast. You're looking west from Highway 380 in Bridgeport, moving off to the northeast. Towards Alvord and Decatur. It is a Wednesday. It feels like a Monday, though. So, this is the storm moving towards Alvord, Decatur, and eventually up towards places like Valley View and Gainesville. I'll say this, looking at the radar, we definitely have a bit of a flooding situation developing up here in Cook County, from Windstar up in Thackerville, down to Gainesville, Munster, Valley View, down Highway 51 to Decatur. We're going to have a lot of rainfall in these areas, so we could see street flooding, some quick rises on creeks and streams. We have a lot of moisture in place. So we definitely need to be mindful of street flooding. We've got some storms in Denton County. There's nothing severe with these right now, just some heavy downpours and cloud-to-ground lightning, no big hail. We've got some showers in Fort Worth, no big hail around Fort Worth right now. And then this storm northwest of Mineral Wells near Grayford that continues moving northeast. It's still there. It's smaller, but it's still packing a bit of a punch with the potential quarter-size hail. This is going to be moving towards Salesville and Perrin on Highway 281, staying well north of Mineral Wells, south of Jacksboro. Wichita Falls, you're good. Nothing for Wichita Falls to deal with. Throckmorton, Graham, Breckenridge, Albany, you're done. Abilene, you seem to be in good shape right now. Farther southwest, we do have a couple of storms ongoing. One east of Winters, that could have some dime-sized hail as it moves off to the east-northeast towards Lawn and Highway 84. And then this storm north of Paint Rock is slowly weakening, but it still may have some nickel to quarter-size hail. That's going to be hail up to about 1 inch in diameter, along with localized winds of maybe 50 to 55 miles an hour. San Angelo, couple showers and storms still just east-northeast of town, but y'all are looking much better. Still, we've got a few storms back west on 67 from Big Lake to Murchison. That's going to be moving off to the east-northeast. So, if they manage to develop, and there's a chance they may, we may yet have more rain in San Angelo. Edwards Plateau, we have nothing trying to attack Del Rio or Eagle Pass in the thunderstorm department right now. So that's good. So our main focus is going to be across parts of North Texas this evening. with the highest chance of dealing with some rowdy storms over the next hour to two, mainly along the north of Highway 380, it seems. So, Denton, McKinney, Sherman, Gainesville, these storms seemingly heading your way with the potential of hail and localized damaging winds. Those all those storm tracks you're seeing, this is your 1 hour storm track. I have it down to a single storm now, so y'all can actually see it. But again, Gainesville, by about 7:45 to 7:50, you're going to have to deal with this storm riding up Highway 51. Potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail, localized strong winds, and heavy rain. I'm worried about some street flooding. You can see we've got rain now in the city of Bridgeport. That's that traffic cam on top. Main hail course passing over Highway 101 closer to Chico, north of Bridgeport. Not seeing a lot blowing around, not seeing any hail bouncing off 380 there, so that's good. Let's just stop this radar real quick. Here's the severe thunderstorm warning update. Potential for the storm near Chico to Bridgeport to produce ping pong ball size hail as it moves northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's going to be in Alvord in the next several minutes. Decatur heads up to y'all probably by 7:35 to 7:40. Box on the top is Bridgeport. Box on the bottom is Decatur. And again, this storm may be ping pong ball size hail as it moves very quickly off to the east-northeast at about 45 miles an hour. South of Munster near Era, Leo, southwest of Mira, this storm's moving northeast quickly at 50 miles an hour. This will be crossing Interstate 35 near Highway 82 at about 7:50 p.m. with the potential of maybe some quarter-sized hail, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. A lot of heavy rain with it as well. There could be street flooding with that. Otherwise, we do have some showers and a few storms in Denton up to Aubrey and Pilot Point on 377. Nothing severe with this right now. No big hail, just a lot of heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning, maybe some 40 mile an hour winds. The storms with the bigger hail, south of Munster, west of Decatur. And then this storm over Grayford is still continuing to slowly weaken. The severe thunderstorm warning for that has been allowed to expire, so that is good news for y'all. We're just watching things here as I snack on my little snack bar. There, I added some music like Jeopardy for snack mode. Caleb, thank you very much for that super chat. Salina has the potential. We'll have to watch the storm near Decatur. You do have storms in your area right now with lightning. They'll be in town the next few minutes, but for now, you're just dealing with some heavy rain. We'll have to watch these little baby storms out here from Denton to Aubrey just in case they try to ramp up, but for now, it's just a lot of rain. And that's good news for everybody so far. Take a look at the Bridgeport camera. We definitely have a bit of street flooding. I didn't get it up in time for y'all to see on this screen, but at 380 and FM 1568, you can see here on the lane coming towards the camera, there's some good ponding of water here on the outboard lane. So, good rain around Lake Bridgeport, Runaway Bay into the city of Bridgeport. Hopefully that'll help a bit. Here's the view from the city of Decatur on the west side there on Highway 380. You can see high cloud bases, not raining here yet. And with that, we'll see, but pretty good rain now. Moving across parts of Cook County, Munster, west of Valley View, down 51, Era, Leo, down towards Decatur. We've got heavy rain on 287. It's going to be west of Decatur for now. Just going to have to keep a close eye on things. I'm going to get our next traffic camera sequence set up. Real quick here. All right, so top box is going to be Interstate 35, north sides of Sainer. And then second box, that's Decatur. So we've got a pretty good view set up now. I'll be able to keep an eye on things. I'm still working on the layout for these. You know I want to keep the main radar box as big as possible so folks could see what's going on. Some cameras are still 4x3, while most are transitioning over to 16x9. But it still cuts the left and right sides of the cameras off. But, you know, it just... I don't want to take away from the radar view because folks like being able to read it and stuff. So I'm still working on that. I guess I could make I could make them 16x9. I would just, it'd be really small with this ratio. So we'll see. I'm looking over here at a monitor. Again, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 monitors around me for situational awareness. So when I'm looking around, it's not me being a rude person. It's just me looking at all the other things going on around me. So it's raining, northern DFW. I'd say the chances of big storms in Tarrant County, Dallas County, not anytime soon. Y'all may luck out. Denton County, you're getting walloped right now with some rain. And then these storms from Decatur to Gainesville still have some hail indications. Not big, maybe nickel to quarter, but a lot of lightning, heavy rain, street flooding. And we're going to let this play for just a second. Is that Decatur storm rotating? Aloft, yes. This storm aloft is rotating. NTX bands, thanks for the super chat. It has rotation aloft. We'll take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. Not a lot of rotation at all. But in the mid-level, sure, you know, at 20,000 feet. As long as that doesn't reach the surface, we're good to go, right? Northeast Texas, you have showers right now. There's nothing severe with that, and I'm not too worried about y'all getting big, bad, very mad storms tonight. So we'll be watching this. Sherman, yeah, you might have some strong storms roll in over the next hour or two. Maybe a bit of hail. We'll keep an eye on it, though. But I'm going to take another bite of my dinner, which at this point is an Atkins protein bar. So let's get the Jeopardy music going, or at least as close as I could get without getting a copyright strike. And that was your Baldy and Chief eating food intermission. All right. So, we really have two severe storms we're watching right now in North Texas. One is riding up Highway 51 from near Ira and Myra, coming into Lindsay and Gainesville over the next 10 minutes or so with very heavy rain, maybe some quarter-sized hail, wind gusts over 55 to 60 miles an hour. 35, the construction zone, it's going to probably be flooded a bit. I'll admit, I haven't driven through the construction zone since October. Have they finished that yet? I know they're doing the construction from 82 up to Windstar. That's not going to be finished for like 5 years probably, but south of 82, I think they've got that mostly switched over, right? I'd go drive up there and look for myself from Fredericksburg, but with gas being as high as it is, I'm not driving a 2003 4Runner across the state right now. Sorry! After this moves across 35 and 82 with heavy rain, Collisburg up to Whitesboro, to Dexter, the possibility of some heavy rain, maybe some hail. Nickel, quarter, strong winds, etc. This is looking less like a big, bad, very mad drop hail on your head situation and more of a it's going to rain with some embedded hail, a lot of lightning and gusty wind situation. So we don't have baseballs or anything close to baseball size hail right now. We're dealing with, your baseline severe storms, quarter size hail in spots. Enough to make a lot of noise, still probably enough to dent your car a bit, but not enough to necessarily punch through windows. Hopefully. Taking a look what we have going on. And again, we're not seeing any organized low-level rotation with this activity. We do have these storms in Denton County, Aubrey, Pilot Point, up to Dorchester and Gunter, 377 over to 289 / Preston Road. Those are not severe. They have some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. That's it. Back out here on 287, Alvord might have some hail down to the rest area north of Decatur. Maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. And then same thing goes. Munster down to Ira. And that's moving northeast into Gainesville. Maybe some small hail up to quarter size hail. Strong wind gusts of 60. Heavy rain, which could cause street flooding and lightning. So, you know what? Good rains. I mean, at this point, this is transitioning more to pretty good rain, right? Lake Texoma, it is about to pour rain. And there could be some strong winds and maybe a bit of hail, but this is transitioning now more into a heavy rain hail risk. Well, a heavy rain risk versus a big hail situation, which is good. Up here, north of Mineral Wells, east of Grayford, about to cross 281. Moving towards Perrin, Salesville. Storm may have some small hail, gusty winds. It's weakening pretty good, so hopefully that'll continue, but maybe you'll get a little rain northwestern Paca County. And then down here, San Angelo, southwest of San Angelo, this storm's perked up a bit. If it wants to ride up 67 and bring more rain to San Angelo, well, we'll see, but I'm not confident. Otherwise, storms around Paint Rock, it looks like summertime garbage, honestly, where, it's raining, there's some gusty winds, there's lightning, pea to dime size hail. We're not doing the big, bad, very mad drop golf ball size hail and blow out your windows situation anymore. Same thing up here near Lawn. It's a garden variety shower and thunderstorm near Lawn. Heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. Guess what? Lightning is frightening. When thunder roars, it's time to get your keister indoors. Otherwise, view over here, the view from the bottom box is Decatur. You can see the sun's out in Decatur right now. That storm kind of shifted north of town. Top box, that's going to be up on the border of Sanger in Valley View. Clearly, that camera's not having fun, so we'll just go ahead and say hi. Poor you. Remind me to start a network stream and you can just watch it on your computer or whatever. But otherwise, let's go ahead and update this camera. We'll see what we can pull out with a view. See if we can't find any other fancies. See if we can get a good view with this. Ooh, yeah. Here we go. This is a view off, I think this is what, 380 at near 287? Close enough in Decatur. So again, that's a pretty view there. You can see starting to see the setting sun illuminating the precipitation, looking north from Decatur up towards Alvord. So that's a pretty view. That makes me happy. Thumbs up for the view. Oh, my 4Runner's a V8. I'm fine with it. I just don't want to spend the gas. So let's get back to it. So again, just messy, messy, messy up here in parts of Cook County, Denton County, Grayson County. We have storms. There was some small hail up to quarter-size hail. A lot of rain now. So if you're in Sherman, guess what? It's going to rain. If you're in Gainesville, it's going to rain. If you're in Valley View, it is going to rain. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to rain. Noted, Nightbot needs an attitude check still. So, with this, I mean, really, yeah, there's still some pockets of hail with this. I'll give you an example. A little pocket here just south of Gainesville, north of Valley View, northeast of Era, riding 51 up to Gainesville. Maybe some quarter-size hail with that. But again, we don't have those semi-discrete supercells anymore. We don't have those individual storms with baseball-size hail. We've got just a good gully watcher at this point. Frog strangler, toad strangler, turd floater, whatever you want it to be. All this activity moving east-northeast about 40 miles an hour. Not really severe storms in the sense of it being widespread. We definitely had the potential for some of these to still be dropping, maybe quarter-size hail, especially near Gainesville, northeast of Decatur, up towards Leo, west of Slidell. But we're transitioning now out of a big, bad, very mad, drop baseballs on your house situation into more of a, hey, you're about to get a couple inches of rain in an hour or two, it's going to flood for a while situation. So heads up, Lake Texoma, you're still going to get storms. So if you're out in an RV or something, keep an eye out. But there's going to be some gusty winds. It is going to rain cats and dogs, small hail up to the size of quarters. So, quarter-size hail, dime-size hail versus golf ball, baseball, softball size hail. We're not doing tornado issues. We're not doing the whole spinny, spinny, doom, spaghetti-o issue. And guess what? If you're in Fort Worth and Dallas, not jack diddly squat is going on right now. You've got some showers north of you. Not really doing any severe storms in DFW. I can't rule out a shower. Maybe a few lightning strikes, but even that isn't looking optimistic at this point. So that is good news for y'all. But still, the potential for some stormy mischief. You can see we still have severe thunderstorm warnings. That's going to be this up in northeastern Wise County, up into Cook County, so pretty much Decatur up to Gainesville. You can see top camera is going to be I-35, pretty much north sides of Sanger. Bottom camera, that is Decatur looking north towards Alvord. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on things here. Where are y'all watching from this evening? Y'all getting any rain? Anybody end up with hail? And we still have this storm crossing 281. from Salesville to Perrin. Maybe some small hail with that. Lightning galore, but otherwise, we're not doing too bad right now, honestly. We're in more of a, hey, we needed rain, so rain is good mode. I'm half tempted to open Flight Simulator and start a Flight Simulator stream with y'all. Weather planes, there you go. Sounds like a fun summer project, honestly. But we'll see. That was mine! Doing chores. Stop it. So, if you're up here, Bonham, Sherman, guess what? We do have showers. We have storms. What would you like for dinner? I have a mallet. I hit my head with it earlier on stream. It was great. I want to do it again. Okay. Well, I didn't take any of the beef out of the freezer. No, I don't know what we have, honestly. I can always go get something soonish. I'm good. I already ate another bar that I'm banned from eating, but I have to buy more of. They're good snacks for streams. They are. They help me keep concentration. I've been doing this how long now? So again, Texoma, North Texas, and me just having a conversation with myself because it's just me, you, magical camera. The camera out of focus. So guess what? DFW. My chat keeps suggesting pizza, but I'm going to explain to the chat that I'm trying to lose weight, so it's not going to be a pizza night. I had Subway for lunch. Some more showers and storms going up, in DFW. Again, Denton County, Collin County, all the way up to Sherman, Grayson County, and Cook County, Gainesville. Banana chips, and interesting. So, at this point, we're just dealing with a lot of showers. We're not even dealing with... Most of these are not severe in the sense of hail. Now, we do still have some hail up towards Slidell, west of Slidell. A pretty good hail core on 51, or just north of it, moving towards Leo and Era up here in southwestern Grayson County. But at this point, that storm is really one of the only ones we're still doing nasty hail with. Maybe a bit of hail in Gainesville. The rest of these probably don't even have, dime-sized hail at this point. Mineral Wells, you're good. That one storm that has maybe dime-sized hail up 281 towards Salesville and Perrin is well north of town, moving northeast towards... it's moving, honestly, more east at this point. So it's moving towards Agnes, northwest of Weatherford. But, we're not doing half bad. And then we still do have some activity in the Concho Valley. This stuff southwest of San Angelo near Murchison is intensifying a little bit. So, we'll see. We might have a little storm pass west of San Angelo again with maybe a bit of hail over the next hour. And then this stuff around Paint Rock, like I said earlier, it's your typical summertime garbage in the sense of pop-up storm. You get lightning, gusty winds, small hail, heavy rain. It's nothing crazy. Nightbot's having a happy party over here, I see. Ignore Nightbot. So really, let's take a peek. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model and see what's going on. It was doing horrible earlier, so if it's still doing horrible, it's not going to be much help. In which case, I'll just have to verbally describe what the expectation is this evening. So, first things first, let's see what it shows at 8 p.m. Well, it's doing better than it was. At least it has a better sense of what's going on, so that's nice. We don't have anything in Paris right now, though, so don't y'all worry about that. But I'll let this run from 9 p.m. through 2 a.m. and at least give us an idea of what this thing thinks is going to go on. So, let's go. 10 p.m., it says we have storms in only in North Texas at this point, from McKinney, Sherman, Paris, we'll see. It actually keeps some of these storms still going along the north of 380 into late this evening to northeast Texas. So, hey, Paris, If this model's right over the bottom, you might still get some storms later tonight. Otherwise, let's just let this play and say hooray. Now, here's what it does do, and this hasn't happened yet. This thing keeps trying to bring storms into Eagle Pass at like midnight. Now, it did happen last night and this morning, so I can't completely rule it out, but there's nothing down there right now on the Mexico side of the border to suggest that's happening anytime soon. But if we get storms developing late this evening in Mexico, yeah, I guess they may move into the Edwards Plateau like we saw this morning. We'll see. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Camera, focus on me. I have a big, giant, bald head. It's not exactly difficult to focus on. Stupid camera. Where's the button? Button. Why is the camera having such a hard issue focusing on me? There you go, it's me. So, really, I mean, we'll keep northern DFW in our viewpoint. We'll keep parts of northeast Texas. Now, let's go back to the radar across the state of Texas. And guess what? Here's your radar over the last couple hours. You can see, let's turn off satellite. We've had storms move across Texoma, North Texas, staying north of Fort Worth and Dallas. We have storms that fired up in San Angelo earlier. Y'all got some rain. They moved east. Now we have more storms trying to fire up southwest of San Angelo. It is about to pour and storm in places like Sherman, Denison, Lake Texoma. Still nothing really going on west of the Edwards Plateau in Mexico. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, main show now is some of these storms here in well, I'm going to do by county, and then 80% of y'all are going to have no idea what counties these are, and that might be generous. So let's go. Montague, Wise, Denton, Cook, Grayson, Collin County is staying north of Parker, Tarrant, Dallas counties. Okay, let's actually talk cities. It's rained in Nakona, Bowie, Decatur. It is about to storm and pour in Gainesville, Sherman, Whitesboro, all the way up to Lake Texoma. We've got some showers in Denton. We got more stuff firing around Denton with lightning. No severe weather with that, just rain. McKinney, you've had a few showers, but not much. And then up from Sherman to Dorchester, Gunter on Preston Road /280 or 289, and then from Whitesboro down 377 to Collinsville, Tioga, Pilot Point to Aubrey, we've had showers and storms. And then the heavier storms are still back from Gainesville to Slidell. And this activity continues to produce heavy rain, lightning, and by far most of this is not even producing hail. There is a bit of a hail core here on 51 near Leo and Era, moving northeast at about 45 to 50, so it's cooking and booking. Maybe dime to quarter size hail, if that. And then we have some activity north of Mineral Wells, staying north of Mineral Wells, and all this stuff in Denton and Collin counties. This is just all rain. Rain, rain, and rain. So if you're wondering when the highest threat of severe storms was, it was about 2 hours ago. We are kind of in the downtrending phase of this now, where everything's congealed into blobs, and we're getting some good rains, some lightning, some smallish hail, and gusty winds. But honestly, even the haily stuff is weakening. We're just getting good rain. Now, we're going to have to keep an eye out on this. I mean, you saw that model data. It suggests some of this could continue into the mid to late evening across northeast Texas. We're going to have to watch for that. But, I mean, the strongest storms would have strong wind gusts, maybe a bit of hail. Otherwise, we're just doing rain and lightning. So y'all let us know where you're watching from. You getting any rain or hail? And we definitely could use more rain in more spots, that's for sure. But, we're doing better in terms of severe weather. Not really seeing a whole lot screaming out at us that suggests we have a whole lot of big, bad, very mad issues going on. If there's one storm that's severe right now, it's probably going to be this one. That is southwest of Valley View, near Leo and Slidell. This storm could still have some quarter-size hail, roughly an inch in diameter. Maybe some strong wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. And then all these are producing quite a bit of heavy rain. So, that's what we're going to have to deal with this evening and through the next several hours at least. But hey, you know what? It could have been like the last few days where most folks up here didn't get much rain. So if you're getting rain, congratulations, it's bonus rain. Those of you in Dallas, though, are still missing out, but given how many of you were annoyed about that in my morning video, well, sorry. Here's a view from Interstate 35 on the north end of Sanger. Taking a look north, you could see rain up north, a little bit of sun coming through the cloud bases there. And then how about this view? Check out this view from Decatur, y'all, looking north. What a beautiful sunset. You have your thunderstorm up there around Decatur, the occasional lightning, beautiful skies. I know we have storm chaser Chad Casey there getting some awesome photography. So we'll definitely have video and photos posted of that glorious sunset over on our social media channels. And I'll get a post on the community channel side of things here on YouTube as well. But very, very beautiful skies here in parts of North Texas this evening with the setting sun. Glorious, much-needed rain. Those of you in Denton are about to have the unpleasant time of getting lightninged. Quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning with this thunderstorm moving northeast up 35W into the city of Denton right now. You can see as this storm moves northeast, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning showing up. So those of you in Denton, it is about to storm. There's no hail, no damaging winds with this, just a lot of rain and a whole lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with this storm as it moves off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Abilene, I think you're done for the night. San Angelo, we're going to have to watch that storm southwest of town. But probably you'll be okay for the night. Again, we're just watching things here. Watching that beautiful sunset from Decatur. You can see a view from Sanger now as well. Those boxes to my right. I'd say our risk of severe weather is decreasing, though we have, it looks like, a new discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. We can pull that up real quick. All right, Storm Prediction Center is expecting a decrease in storm coverage and intensity by 9 to 10 p.m. So it looks like they're expecting things to be calming down over the next hour or two, at least in the severe storm department, which is nice. Looks like we are starting to lose portions of our severe weather watch, starting to see several severe thunderstorm watch counties canceled. So We are starting to calm down, it looks like, which is good. Just looking at some things. So let's go through the sky cams. Beautiful shot from Decatur looking north again. This is northwest of Fort Worth up in Wise County. A beautiful view for sure. You gotta love it. Sunset with your storm up north. Here's a view farther east from I-35 and Sainer looking north. You can see your thunderstorm up there. Heavy precipitation and traffic. So I still like this view more from Decatur. It's a beautiful shot, I think. I'm good, thank you. I'll probably be done soon. But back over to the radar we go. And you can see we have a single severe thunderstorm warning left in Texas now. This is going to be for the storm coming up to Valley View. So we're actually about to get a really good view of this storm from that camera. This is going to be a storm capable of
The National Weather Service has
quarter-size
issued
hail.
a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Cook and Grayson County in Texas.
And localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. This is going to be crossing I-35 near Valley View in the next several minutes, and we're going to have a great view from that traffic camera of that. You can see we do have a pretty good little hail core here, about 3 miles to 4 miles west of 35. This will be crossing over Valley View, so heads up Valley View as this moves on to the northeast. After this crosses 35, with maybe up to quarter-size hail, this will be moving towards Lake Kiowa and Collinsville. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and then there were two. This is going to be for Whitesboro, Pottsboro, Denison, north sides of Sherman, Knollwood, and Lake Texoma. This is going to be for a severe storm near Callisburg, capable of producing quarter-size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. And this will be the storm moving off to the northeast pretty quickly at 35 to 40 miles an hour. So again, Denison, north sides of Sherman, Whitesboro, up to Gordonville, Sadler, Pottsboro, Knollwood, Lake Texoma on the southern shore. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour and up to quarter-size hail. And then we have this storm near Valley View. And you've seen some lightning with that. Good amount of lightning as that storm approaches Interstate 35. We'll go ahead and pop on over to that. And here you go. I'll turn the overlay off for a minute, and you can see there is the Interstate 35 camera at Chisholm Road there, north of Sherman, just south of Valley View. Your heavy precipitation, your hail core, lightning all approaching I-35 from the west. Quite a bit of lightning with that. And then here's your camera from Highway 287 and Highway 380, looking north and northeast. What a beautiful view. You can see the setting sun helping to illuminate clouds. I know a lot of y'all west of these storms right now are getting absolutely spectacular sunset shots. We're getting some from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. In fact, here, we'll show y'all. Here's a view from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. And this is from Decatur, just a few minutes ago. Check out this beautiful view. Just incredible colors with this. Oh, these are storm chasing when I used to actually get to go do it. This was my favorite stuff. It wasn't the tornadoes or being in a storm. It was these kind of views. There's your blues, your oranges, your reds. Beautiful shot from storm chaser Chad Casey. And look at that. Oh, that is glorious. Absolutely glorious. Back to the camera. Looking north up 35 from Valley or Sainer up towards Valley View. And again, that is a great shot. So let's get back. Here is the radar with the shot. Box up top, that's looking up towards Valley View from Sainer. And then bottom box, that's going to be over Decatur, where we have a shower moving back over. We actually do have a couple storms still down here. Storm over Valley View, about to drop a whole lot of rain and lightning on the interstate. We do have a strong storm over the city of Denton now, moving northeast with maybe some dime-sized hail, winds of 60. What are you doing? It is not fair for you to do chores while I am incapacitated doing work. That is not how this is supposed to work. Stop that. I'm going to send my streamers after you. Yeah. So, Denton, again, that's going to be moving northeast towards Aubrey. The potential for maybe some dime-sized hail, heavy rain, a lot of cloud to ground lightning. We're not doing spinny, doom issues right now, nothing like that. We do have the potential for this activity to continue. Producing heavy rain, small hail. Farther north, Valley View, you've got a hail core moving in now. You could have some hail up to the size of quarters. Might just be a lot of small hail. Could be a whole lot of heavy rain. Sherman, Sadler, Denison, all these storms up here do have the potential to produce strong winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour and heavy rainfall. There is a radar up in Durant that's owned by the Durant Emergency Management Agency. I'm going to look at that on my end real quick because I don't think I can post that to here, but I mean, the stinking thing I don't think is actually even working right now anyway. So it'll be nice when we get our Texas-funded weather radars in the hill country that we'll be able to show you, because Texans for Texans, right? So Sherman, it's about to storm. Denison, it's about to storm. Gainesville, worst is over, but it's still storming. Valley View, you're in the worst of it right now. Worst might be just north of town, though, on 35. We've got a storm over Denton. Southeast side of Denton over 288 on the east side. That's going to be moving northeast towards Aubrey and Pilot Point on 377 over the next 30 minutes. Maybe some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning. Farther southwest, we still have storms in Wise County. Nothing severe with that, just some quick downpours and lightning. Little storm near Azle as well, north sides of Eagle Mountain Lake, I think, moving off to the northeast into Denton County. Otherwise, Dallas, not a thing. Fort Worth, not a thing right now. Just good old lightning show to your north. Down in the Concho Valley, those storms have weakened. East of San Angelo, couple downpours. Paint Rock to near Coleman. Could have lightning, small hail with that. And then this storm west of San Angelo, north of Murchison, maybe on the verge of having a severe thunderstorm warning for hail. That's going to stay west of San Angelo, moving more towards Water Valley, Carlsbad, and Grape Creek. There on 87. And eventually, if that storm continued, it'd make it up to Bront and Robert Lee. Bront and Robert Lee there on 158 and 277, about 9:15 p.m. this evening. So, really, just this stuff in Denton County, Cook County, Grayson County. We've got strong storms, heavy storms, whole lot of lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning, small hail, and gusty winds. The severe thunderstorm warning for Valley View has been canceled and will expire. Kyle, welcome to the community. Thanks for joining. Lake Texoma, it's not a good time to be on the lake right now. A lot of cloud ground lightning, strong winds, heavy rain. In fact, look at all that lighting on box one. That is Interstate 35 north of Saner, that box up top. And then bottom box with that pretty sunset, that is the city of Decatur down here in Wise County. So again, I think the overall severe risk is decreasing. We just have storms with a lot of lightning, heavy rain, maybe some dime-size hail, and then there may be some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds with this stuff near Lake Texoma down 377 to Sadler. But truthfully, we're doing pretty good. You know, y'all are getting some bonus rain. It's one of those when thunder roars, get your keister indoors situations. But, you know, we're not dealing with tornadoes. We're not dealing with mega hail. We're not dealing with, you know, crazy hurricane force winds. We're just dealing with some good old fashioned rain. So, Fort Worth, honestly, look, unless y'all get a storm that actually fires over town, you're done. Dallas, same thing. It's staying to your north. Now, I won't completely rule something out trying to fire up over y'all, but the chance is decreasing considerably. Which is good. So, I mean, really, at this point, I'm just here keeping y'all happy. Severe weather risk is decreasing. Not dealing with tornadoes, not dealing with mega hail, not dealing with crazy damaging winds, though. There may be some strong winds around Lake Texoma to Sadler. Those could move towards Denison. And you could just see a radar loop here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Abilene is done. So, you know, we're not doing bad. Pretty decent looking storm over Aubrey up to Pilot Point. There may be some dime-sized hail with that. A whole lot of cloud-to-ground lightning for sure. And then the potential for 40-mile-an-hour winds. But, again, we're not doing too bad. Decatur, you do have that storm southwest of town. I think y'all are done with severe weather in the sense of hail, damaging winds, whatnot. But there's definitely going to be some storms sticking around for a while. The storm over Denton, not severe. No damaging winds, no big hail, no tornadoes. You got some lightning, especially with that storm northeast of Denton, and that storm to your southwest near Ponder and Rome. Could have more storms at Denton, but otherwise just heavy rain, loud and proud stormies, and maybe some very small pea-sized hail. So we definitely appreciate the information y'all are giving us. We definitely appreciate y'all joining us for the severe weather storm updates. If you want us to do more of these more often, let us know. Really can't do it without y'all. I don't even want to know what the electric bill is going to be today. Let us know. We'll put a chat up on the YouTube community sections of these channels tonight. Get feedback from y'all. What we can do better. You know, what you want to see from us, whatnot. So, again, we're here. We're Texas Weather Roundup. You know, this is what we do. We are not here to do nationwide stuff. We're not here for that. When we're doing coverage, it is for Texas. Texans by Texas, and by association, what I meant to say, Texans for Texas. So, Sherman, you've got storms. It's going to rain. It's going to be loud. You're going to have street flooding, but I don't think you have anything severe to worry about right now in the sense of, you know, crazy hail or damaging winds. AMS OHN, thank you for upgrading to Super Dupers. and welcome. Thank you very much. So, Aubrey. That storm over Aubrey up to Pilot Point's actually looking a little more ragey right now. Starting to see some indications of nickel-sized hail. That's about 9/10 of an inch in diameter. Could see some hail with that. Again, that's the storm near Aubrey. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Y'all on 377 from Pilot Point to Aubrey to Krugerville. Let us know if you're getting any hail. If so, how big it is when it's safe to do so. Radar is starting to suggest you may have a wee bit of a hail core trying to materialize there with this storm. Gusty winds 40 to 50 miles an hour, but again, by far, we're not doing tornadoes, we're not doing mega hail, we're not doing hurricane force winds. We have some strong, loud and proud storms, but you know what? That's just the equivalent is all of us freaking out when a new HEB opens in town, right? We are all there. We are happy and joyous. That's kind of what these storms are doing. They are loud, they are proud, but they're not, rioting and, destroying half a town in terms of big hail, damaging winds, or tornadoes. Or as I affectionately call them in my very weird way, spinny, spinny doom dooms. I'm not affectionate about tornadoes, but, you got to give nicknames to things, especially me, because well, it's what I do. So, no tornadoes, no mega hail, no widespread damaging winds outside of some storms that could have gusty winds in North Texas right now. Otherwise, we have a few showers in northeast Texas and a few storms still down in the Concho Valley west of San Angelo, west of Brownwood, northeast of San Angelo. But the overall trend the next few hours will be winding things down. We could keep storms going in parts of north and northeast Texas tonight, but the severe thunderstorm threat will be fairly low, it looks like. But gusty winds, lightning, and heavy rain. Remember, when thunder roars, it's time to get your keister indoors. Lightning is frightening, and it doesn't take severe storms to produce lots and lots of lightning. HEB of coverage. I kind of like that. I don't know if I could call myself that without HEB trying to sue me, but hey, you know what? That's a great idea. Maybe I'll go get dinner from HEB here in a bit. I want some of those butter tortillas and their new protein, high protein chicken Alfredo they have. Those are good. I'm digressing. Thank you very much for making me do that, people. So, again, you know what? At this point, just waiting for things to wind down a little bit. And then once that happens, I think we're going to probably be good to go for the night, honestly. It's storming, but we're not doing big, bad, very mad, severe storms. Seems like a great opportunity for our 24/7 live stream to handle. But we're not there yet. So, y'all let us know. You like what we're doing here? You like us streaming more? It used to be we only used to do tornado warnings, right? Now, today, we haven't had a single tornado warning. We've been live since about 4:20, so 4 hours now. Almost nonstop. Y'all enjoy that? We could do that more this spring if you like. It really is a matter of being able to do that, and, y'all tell me. I mean, we do this, y'all watching this, if you don't have YouTube Premium, you probably had a couple ads when you first started the video, but you've noticed we don't have any mid-roll ads. Those aren't on, so it's not like I'm sitting here making a gazillion dollars doing this. I do it because I like to do it. And definitely appreciate, the super chats, the stickers, and all that. I mean, it helps pay the bills. The electric bill is going to be horrific. But, yes, so if y'all enjoy it, hit the subscribe button. Share it with your friends and family. That way, we don't just do coverage for North Texas. We try to do it for all regions of the state. Admittedly, I'm a North Texas guy. I lived there for 15 years. But, we try to cover the entire state. What in tarnation have I done? So, real quick, I say what in tarnation because that protein bar I had earlier. Hey, hon, I made a boo-boo. Do you have a wet towel? Or a towel? So that protein bar I ate? I think I dropped a little chocolate on my shorts. Do you know what happened to the chocolate? Oopsies. Ah. Okay, well. Oh, what's it on my knee? What else is it gonna be on? I don't see it on the floor. Where's the... why? What did we do this for? Where did it come from? This is obnoxious, and I hope you all enjoy it. Gracias. Good grief. Good thing Jason... Oh! Never mind. It's a good thing Jason wasn't watching. He'd make a clip out of that. Yeah, I'll just keep it. Thank you. Craig, that was a very generous super chat. Thank you. Yeah, we'll do more streams, you know. I'm happy to say tomorrow, I don't think we're going to have to do a stream. I think tomorrow is actually going to be a day we stay what's called capped. We're not going to have a lot of upper level lift. We're not going to have a big source of lift to bust the cap. So I think tomorrow we're not going to actually have to do storms. Now I'm going to look in a minute and check. Now Friday, we're going to have a cold front moving south. So we're going to be close. There's definitely a higher risk of severe storms up north. Craig and Heather, thank you very much for your generous super chats. Babes, we have to go to HEB and get tortillas now. Tortillas. Yeah, I might go to HEB after this, actually. So, all right. So again, right now, the only severe warning we have in the sense of, you know, hail, wind, is this storm that's not even really doing that much right now over Gordonville to Pottsboro. Look, we got storms galore. It is storming. It is louder than a hot dog going to town at Wrigley Field. Let me tell you, Denton County, Eastern Cook County, Grayson County. In other words, Denison, Sherman, Howell, over to Tioga, Denton, Aubrey, Pilot Point, Lake Kiowa. It is storming and it is pouring. So that activity is moving northeast. At times, we're getting some small hail cores out of this still. The potential for hail maybe up to the size of dimes or nickels. That's 3/4 of an inch up to about 0.88 inches in diameter. And Denton, yeah, it's still storming in Denton. There's lightning. Lightning is frightening. It is storming. It is pouring. Oh, let me try this. Do this. I'm gonna move this camera over to Sherman. I know they're doing construction up here. There we go. We'll stare at the Red River. So, top box is I-35 in Sanger, looking north. Bottom box is Denison on the Red River, looking north. Nice lightning show, but let's try Sherman. I know they're doing construction here, so they may not have the new widescreen high-def cameras yet. Or it may just hate me completely, honestly. Construction in Denison and Sherman. Is anyone surprised here? No. Nice lightning show, though. Alright, I'm just trying to get a good camera with a north view, honestly, but, you know what, let's do that. There's Sherman. You can see it's windy. That's, looks like 75 at Loy Lake, is what it says. Anyway, there you go. Oh... And thank you to everyone who's been sending in pictures, whether you're tagging us on Facebook, posting in the Texas Storm Chasers community group on Facebook, you're tagging us on X, Blue Sky, etc. We're going to have a way you can send in pictures that we can use in coverage here soon. The system's already built. I just need to set up a few user interface options, but that way, you know, if y'all get a view from your place, we can show the rest of the world. And, you know, guess what? Texans helping Texans, right?
So, guess what? It's storming. If you're in Denton County, it's storming. There's nothing severe. Cook County, it's storming. There's nothing severe. Grayson County, we're watching some gusty winds, heavy rain. There is technically a severe warning for northern Grayson County until 9 p.m. For 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's some strong winds up here, and you can see that camera behind my big bald head shaking. So there's definitely some strong winds at Sherman right now. But yeah, good news is the severe threat is decreasing. Most of these storms are just loud and proud. They're not producing big hail, damaging winds, or tornadoes. To be severe, a storm must have wind gusts of 58 miles an hour or higher, quarter-size hail or larger, that's 1 inch in diameter or larger, and or tornadoes. Well, we're not doing tornadoes. The storm on the Red River near Lake Texoma does have some indications of some stronger winds and maybe a wee bit of hail. But overall, this has turned into a big cluster of showers and storms with heavy rain. We're going to get a few inches of rain up here, I think. So we're going to have street flooding, probably some rises on creeks and streams, but not necessarily any sort of big, bad, very mad, severe weather. And again, the Concho Valley stuff is calming down now, too. So what we are going to do... Ooh, nice lightning. Is I think we are in a position to where we can move everyone over to our 24/7 live stream. Did you know we have a 24/7 live weather stream? You know, it's got the radar, it's got the warnings, all the stuff you've been hearing, and we're able to cut in on it easily. It's just during days when we're doing hours and hours of coverage, we create separate streams. But otherwise, we actually have 24/7 live streams. So what we're going to do is, because this is starting to wind down, thankfully, we are going to switch everyone over to those streams here in just a minute. And that way we can keep you up to date with the radar, with the storm reports and all that. We can keep chatting with y'all. And if we need to break in for more coverage, we are able to do it wholeheartedly and easily. So with that, again, the risk of severe storms is decreasing. Most storms now, we're just getting heavy rain and lightning, and that's expected to mostly be the name of the game this evening. So we're going to shove everyone over to those 24/7 live streams here in just a second, and we'll get you on with your evening. So thanks for popping on in. We'll have updates. Click subscribe if you want to get notified for more Texas weather information. We have a 24/7 live stream, and we do daily Texas weather forecasts and more. So come join the fun as we continue to grow. Thanks for popping on in this evening, and we'll see you over on our 24/7 live weather stream. Have a good night, and God bless.